That's fine. All right, so thanks everybody for coming. My name's Luke. I'll be the MC today. I'm a grad student here. I'm an entrepreneur here. I've got a bunch of other stuff that I do that's, I don't know, I think it's important, but that'll be up to you to decide later if you come talk to me. And I'd just like to thank, firstly and foremost, our sponsors, specifically North & Company, LLP. It's here? No? Okay. Alberta Innovates, Campus Alberta Neuroscience, and of course the University of Lethbridge. So big thanks to everybody for that, for providing the food, for providing all the stuff for the talks. And so just give you a brief little tour around the event before we get started. There's 3 panels. There's 2 rounds of Catalyst talks, which are, little short presentations from the latest in innovation around Southern Alberta. There's a keynote, if you'd believe it, which pairs nicely with lunch, so you can eat and enjoy the keynote. There's also lab benching, which if you see the little cards on your table, if you haven't signed up for these one-on-one little 10-minute interactions with sort of experts from the field and experts in industry, you can sign up, and then they'll be updated on that whiteboard by Pardee Lee over there, who can give a wave. She's not listening, that's fine. But that whiteboard over there. And so once you register, please go and check if you have one of those assigned, and you can see, if you scan that little QR code, who's available and the time slots that you can sign up for. For our actual speakers, if we ask that you're here in the physical or virtual space, at least 10 minutes before you're scheduled to present, just so that, one, we can identify you, and that you don't just like walk up on stage and we have to think we need to remove you. You're supposed to be up here. And then after you're done presenting, please find Pardee Lee over there. There she is, giving a wave. As she will give you your speaker gift on the way out, just so that you don't forget and then we have to mail it to you or something like that. For housekeeping things, the washrooms, the nearest washrooms are actually just around that big cement pillar where the elevators are, just back in there. However, there's a ton. If you walk up any set of stairs or something, you're going to see a sign. And I don't know that you would need them, but I found them the other day. There's actually showers right over there, but no towels, so you have to air dry, which is a little inconvenient, but should you need one, they're available. The nearest emergency exits, those right there, towards the coulees, I guess, if you should need to go that way. There's also a door over there and out, and as for that way, I think it's quite a bit longer, so maybe that direction, God forbid, should we need to. So just so everybody's aware, this is a hybrid event, so there are some people joining us online. So if you're getting speakers, if you're getting questions from the same person over and over again, that's usually just somebody who is mic running the online questions. It's not just someone super into it, but it could be both, I guess. For speakers who are joining via Zoom, and for attendees who will be joining via live stream, we have Laura in the back there, just giving a little wave. He'll be moderating the chat for questions you might have. So feel free to just populate your questions into the chat. If you're also here in person and just particularly shy, you can just throw your questions in the chat and then Laura will moderate those as well. So there's no reason to feel like you need to get up and yell. With that, I'm going to pass things off to Dr. Matt Letts, who is the Dean of the Faculty of Arts and Science, to give us a little introduction and let us know what's happening. Or I guess I did that, but yeah, anyway.
Okie, good morning, happy Friday, and welcome to STEMFusion at the University of Lethbridge, the today and tomorrow of tech. Our university's Blackfoot name is Aniskim, meaning sacred buffalo stone. The University of Lethbridge acknowledges and deeply appreciates the Siksikaisatapis people's connection to their territory. We as people living and benefiting from Blackfoot Confederacy territory honor the traditions of people who have cared for this land since time immemorial. We recognize the diverse population of Indigenous peoples who attend the University of Lethbridge and the contributions these Indigenous peoples have made in shaping and strengthening the university community in the past, in the present, and in the future. And so we look out to the beautiful Blackfoot Confederacy territory out the windows of this beautiful science commons. So good morning, everyone. The University of Lethbridge is founded on the principle of liberal education, and one of the things that goes along with that is transdisciplinarity and sharing of ideas. And so this includes the creation of creative, agile thinkers, which is part of the impetus for the name of our innovation program and the zone of the teaching center downstairs. And in this vein of the importance of these sorts of transdisciplinary collisions, I'm really excited that we're here in person, because I remember giving an introduction like this not that long ago where I was looking at faces that looked, for those of you old enough to get this reference, like Hollywood squares. And as you look around in this building, you can see that the philosophy of this STEMFusion event plays very well with what we tried to achieve in this space. So around campus, the first thing you'll notice is that science is on display everywhere, right? There's floor-to-ceiling windows, huge shared labs to make sure that you're not in silos, people bumping into each other, students especially. Actually, throughout the pandemic, when the grad students had the run of this place, it continued. And you just look up all around in this space, we can see science. We're trying to inspire the community. We're trying to get connections among community members, professors, students, and even students who aren't here yet. As you see behind you, we've got our destination exploration spaces that are really busy outside of class time hours with the next generation of university students. So we create this mentorship train that goes all the way from people who aren't here yet all the way through postdocs to professors, etc. And it's particularly exciting to have industry representatives here today, because every level that I just mentioned should be understanding the importance of getting involved in that way. So we have a number of fantastic programs that are all about making connections, and the STEMFusion event is all about being a place to connect. So this conference provides STEM professionals with opportunities for commercialization, innovation, and entrepreneurship. Connections with industry partners looking for skilled collaborators with research ideas. So last night I saw some of these interactions begin as I attended an evening event at Earl's with entrepreneurs Chris Misitich of Brass Dome Ventures, James Kierstead of Rainforests Alberta and Levin Electronics, Rob Stoddard, Jamie Anderson-Reed, and Nisark Patel from Bio Alberta, and many others, including Daryl, who only gave me his first name. And we had some great conversations, it was one of the conversations was all about how humanity and even innovation ecosystems in places like Alberta have been starving for these sorts of interactions. The ideas that come forth when you're actually together looking in each other's eyes and not having all your meetings being in a planned sort of setup. And so that's the way that we're meant to be. And so coming back in person today is exciting, but we also now all understand technology, and this meeting is being held in a hybrid fashion. And so those of us who are unable to make it today or who are not yet comfortable or maybe immunocompromised, etc., are also participating with us. And I think that's really exciting. So today's lineup is incredible. It really is, and it's my hope that fantastic new opportunities come out of this. We're talking about themes like the future of scientific ethics, the future of food, the future of big data, and we're going to have catalyst talks, lab benching consultations, and MyTax and resume workshops. So today's also a time to meet and hear from some outstanding faculty members. I'm not going to list them all, I don't think, but people like Dr. Soria Das, Dr. Michael Stingle, Dr. Danny Leroy, Dr. Angeliki Pentazzi, and Research Associate Dr. Michelle Conshu. And the themes that they're covering are unbelievably wide-ranging. They go from big data, quantum physics, genome science, ethics, agricultural economics, irrigation crop water science, and synthetic biology. We have a PhD student coming all the way from the University of Manitoba who appears to have brought the weather with him. Also, we have a number of companies that are operating within this beautiful science commons as well. So we have Luke from Alos Bioscience and Blue Sky Analytical Labs. So we've created this space where we have industry partners working with us. We have core analytical facilities where people share things together, as well as these shared labs. So today we have a number of people here. Some of them I've just mentioned at that table. And we have others as well. You can wave if you want so that those who are looking forward to talking to you know who you are and what you look like in person, as well as in the picture that's been on the website that Leila Lahiji produced for us. So Nicole Daub from the National Research Council, Christine Lewington from PIP International, Erin Crane from Tourism Lethbridge, Suzanne Chavold and Ian Andrews from North & Company, Terence Hochstein from the Potato Growers of Alberta, Simba Nyazika from Lenica Research Group, Byron Chu from Cybera, David Chan from the Alberta Machine Intelligence Institute, Mike McCready from Lethbridge College's Spatial Technologies Applied Research and Training Center, Lindsay Smiley from Plug and Play Alberta, Svenja Espinhan from Campus Alberta Neuroscience, Julie Legault from AminoBio, Dr. Siddhartha Biswas and Archana Kohl from Applied Pharmaceutical Innovation, and U of L Research Ethics Office, Keiko McFarland. And we also have key agencies represented here today. So you've got to get your students and faculty to meet with people like Oba Harding from Prairie's Economic Development Canada, Angelo Nwigwe and Hannah Scott from MyTax, Tracy Kelly and Marlene Huerta from Alberta Innovates, and Frank Nolan from NSERC. We're also excited to have keynote speaker Dr. Keith Pardee at 12:30 today, for, Canada Research Chair in Synthetic Biology and Human Health at the University of Toronto, another potential source of this weather that's come in today. And special thanks especially to our organizers. Leila Lahiji, especially from the University of Lethbridge Agility Program, which is run by our teaching center, which in my view is the best teaching center in the world. They are just amazing. Agility is, I don't know if you've seen the Agility Zone downstairs. Some of you went on a tour yesterday. That is, and I'm describing it as they describe themselves, an environment of creative discovery, nurturing entrepreneurial thinking, and providing the supports needed for students to develop and implement innovative solutions that impact and vitalize society. Leila Lahiji and the entire Agility team can be thanked for this, as well as other contributors to the process, including Dr. Laura Kerfer-Wilkes from Chemistry and Biochemistry, Brandy Lee from the Research and Innovation Group on campus, and Renee Dumas from Campus Alberta Neuroscience, as well as all the people I haven't mentioned here who helped make this event possible. But another group that makes an event like this possible are sponsors. And so, again, and we're going to do this over and over today, and Luke's already done it, we would like to thank North & Company LLP Law Offices, Alberta Innovates, and Campus Alberta Neuroscience and Agility at the University of Lethbridge. So anyway, STEMFusion is an incredible opportunity to bring people together and foster ideas and connections. If you're a student, don't miss the opportunity to network with industry partners. Industry partners understand that the difference between a good employee who's well-educated in the sciences but liberally educated in the case of STEM fields are worth millions, every one of them, right, over the course of your career. The difference between a good and a mediocre employee is worth millions of dollars. And that's one thing that they understand, we understand, and we need to make sure that the government of Alberta understands that if we want to get back to having an advantage again, we need to invest and be able to produce the outcomes that we have. So in Alberta, for example, here at the University of Lethbridge, just as one example, we produce more than 700 independent studies with faculty members every year. These are undergraduate students or graduate students working with faculty members and producing outcomes that are original research results that help society and that bring forth innovation, right? This is exactly what they're saying we have to do, and we've already been doing it, right? And so it's incumbent upon all of us to bring that message forth that every dollar that has been saved has been several dollars lost to the Alberta economy. And so this is important for us to understand and bring awareness of. So faculty can connect with potential partners as well and amplify the impact that we can have. And community partners can learn how the innovation system works on campus and learn about funding supports and tax credit programs. Lethbridge is an unbelievable source of STEM expertise. And here at the University of Lethbridge, those STEM experts also are versed in other fields, in the arts, the social sciences, the humanities, business, and health through our liberal education approach. This puts our finger on the pulse of society and allows our scientific expertise to come forth with more creative ideas. So take advantage of the great resources we have available today to drive innovation, to drive entrepreneurship, to build the economy in the region, in the province, in the country, and around the globe. Oki and Fiat Lux.
All right, I would like to start by again thanking I'm just kidding, I won't thank the sponsors again, but we are grateful for you guys. I'll now introduce Nicole Daub. She can come on up. From the Industrial Technology, she's the Industrial Technology Advisor for the National Research Council here in Southern Alberta.
All right, good morning. I feel like this has to go down just a smidgen. Or I need to grow, one of the two. Working on that still. But in any case, welcome to everyone who's joined us in person, and obviously the folks who are joining us virtually. It's fabulous to have this event in person this year on the campus. Man, I went to this university, and this is an amazing science commons that's here now, and I think there's so many good things happening. Not that there weren't then, but it's just so much growth we're seeing, and I think that's so inspiring. What a great place, though, to have a STEMFusion conference, right? This is the place to have it. There's so many important topics that are going to be covered today. Obviously I'm not going to repeat them. We don't need to hear that, but I think this is a place where make sure you take that opportunity to engage and learn and connect. Anyway, so what I want to talk to you about today, though, is a little bit about the ecosystem. So the STEM, the innovation ecosystem, that's right here in Southern Alberta, that we're actually very well known for. So one of the main driving forces, which the U of L is a very involved member of, is RINSA. So the Regional Innovation Network of Southern Alberta. So that network was started in 2011, and it was started as a collaboration between Alberta Innovates, Lethbridge Economic Development Tech Connect, the Lethbridge College, and the University of Lethbridge. So from that time, they've actually grown that regional innovation network at Southern Alberta by adding different organizations that are really key in that collaborative network. So here, I'm going to list them off. You don't have to remember them, but so obviously NRC IRAP, the Lethbridge Chamber of Commerce, Okotoks Economic Development, Pekani Resource Development, Blood Tribe Economic Development, Community Futures, South Grow Regional Initiative, Alberta Southwest Regional Economic Development, BIPOC Foundation, and Rural Women Entrepreneurs in Tech. So yes, I just spewed off a whole bunch of organizations. Maybe you're familiar with some, maybe they're brand new, but what is really important here is that that was a long list, right? That's when you really think about it, that's a huge group of organizations here right in this community, right in Lethbridge in Southern Alberta, trying to build innovation, entrepreneurship, support business right here in Lethbridge. So, but okay, that's great. Now, what does that mean for maybe you as a student who's got an idea, or a small business, or someone who's trying to navigate kind of this ecosystem? So RINSA itself collectively assists startups and small businesses to successfully navigate this commercialization system through programs, services, and resources. So the goal is to accelerate growth of technology and knowledge-based businesses by providing access to things. Here's another list of lots of things. Business advisors, ecosystem navigators, workshops and training, networking, understanding the funding landscape, and even meeting and working space. So that's probably just some of the list that is there. So RINSA is also part of the Alberta Innovation Network. So this means that, if there's something that you need access to that maybe we don't have in our community, we can reach out and go to those other communities. Although I have to admit, I think most RINs look at us as a very strong example of collaboration. We're so lucky here. So now let me tell you a little bit about my background and how I fit into this ecosystem. So as Luke mentioned, I represent NRC IRAP, so I'm going to spell out all the acronyms because we have so many. National Research Council, Industrial Research Assistance Program, and I'm the ITA, so Industrial Technology Associate. So I'm based right here in Lethbridge. So I have a colleague, Cal, so many of you might know Cal Koskowicz. She's in travels today, so he's not here with us. But we both focus our efforts south of Calgary from the BC to Saskatchewan border. So what does this mean, right? So we are just a couple of advisors, technical advisors in the IRAP network. So IRAP has been around for 75 years. So this has a whole, like I say, over 260 across Canada with a whole breadth and depth of all sorts of technical backgrounds. And what we are doing is we're focusing, helping small and medium-sized businesses grow their innovation capacity, bring those ideas to market, and provide customized technical advice, networking, and contributions to innovative projects. So anyway, I'll stop there for IRAP, but if you want to chat with me, connect with me here today. So but I don't want to leave without, again, mentioning things like the Agility Center that are right here. So, if you've got that budding idea, that's a resource you can go to. There's so many places, so just connect in. And I know as a student, it's like a little bit overwhelming. I've been there. We've all been there, right? And even if you don't know that you're going to have an idea and you want to just understand what industry, what innovators, what entrepreneurs are out there in the ecosystem, you can still have those conversations with us too, right? Because sometimes that is inspiring. You can see kind of what it's like, connect in, and then grow from there. Anyway, I think I also would be remiss to not mention, again, the businesses and companies that have come right out of this university through researchers, through PhD students, master's students, undergrad students, both that have developed companies while they're in this building right here, or once they've left. So I don't know. I think it's just a fabulous community of STEM. I've lived it my whole life, and I'm very happy to be here and supporting this here today. So everybody, welcome to the ecosystem, and welcome to STEMFusion. Have a fabulous day.
All right, we're already excellently on time, so I'm going to keep this very brief. Next, we have the panel. So if everyone from panel 1 can start making their way to the stage, I'll introduce you. And so this panel is on the future of scientific ethics. Should we have it? We'll find out, I guess. And so the moderator of this panel is Dr. Keiko McFarland from the who's the Research Ethics Officer here at the University of Lethbridge. Yep, come on up, you guys can all come on up. We have Dr. Suvan Chavold from North & Company LLP. You guys can both come up. We'll have Dr. Michael Stingle, the professor in the Department of Philosophy with a focus on evolution and ethics. And finally, joining us virtually is Fabian Roden from the University of Manitoba, who was doing his PhD here but is transferred over there. And so he'll be joining us via the interwebs. And so I'll now pass it over to Keiko, and you may stand or sit wherever you like. I have no preference. The other organizers may.
I can take this mic out, okay, and hand it to
Oh, yeah.
them after? Perfect.
Anything you want.
All right, thank you so much, Luke. You guys can take a seat. Yeah. I see no one wants to sit in the middle here. I guess none of our panelists wants to sit either. So as Luke mentioned, my name is Keiko, and I will be the moderator for this panel discussion. Thank you so much for attending this panel. It's one that I believe is especially important as the now past Research Ethics Officer for the University of Lethbridge. So scientific ethics encompasses a broad range of standards that should be implemented or considered right from the initial design stages of your work to publishing your data. It encompasses a broad range of categories, including the use of humans and animals in research, to privacy and protection law, to bioethics and data ethics, especially when dealing with big data. And it's vital for scientific longevity, integrity, and credibility. Overall, scientific ethics calls for integrity and honesty at all stages of scientific practice. So today we are lucky to be joined by an esteemed panel who have all become experts in the field of scientific ethics by encountering it or applying it in their work. They all have different focuses, so you'll be able to see a vast array of ethical topics as well as concerns discussed here. So hopefully by the end of the panel today, they'll have you thinking about your research, your projects, your companies, or ideas through an ethical lens, which should help you identify some of the ethical concerns and considerations that should be made in your field. So to start the panel off, I will ask each member, oh, it's Fabian there, perfect. I'm not hiding him, that's good. I'll ask each panel member to please introduce themselves and what they do. And I think it's easiest if I just hand this microphone. Hopefully I don't accidentally turn it off. To each panel member.
Sure, thank you. My name is Suzanne Chauvold, and as Luke mentioned during the introductions, I am an intellectual property lawyer with North & Company, LLP. Just by brief background, my career started here at the U of L in the neuroscience department. This building was not here. I agree with you, Nicole. I've seen a lot of changes on campus since I was here. Before I ventured to the U of A to do my PhD in neuroscience and then law school for the sole purpose of bridging the gap between the scientists who are in this room and the lawyers who are sitting in the law firms trying to help you protect your technology, your ideas, your creations in various ways. And it's been an extremely rewarding and exciting career because I sit with innovators who have wonderful ideas, who are passionate about them. They're excited to tell me about them inside, upside down, and backwards. So I get to keep up with new developing scientific technologies without actually having to do the hard work that you all have to do. As far as ethics is concerned, I probably am the least experienced on the panel in that regard. I did work at the Health Law Institute during my time at law school, and we do often deal with ethics, but usually by the time you get to my door, you have done your due diligence, you have done your ethical evaluations and approvals. But we do, on our end, have to deal with what can and cannot be protected by way of law. So the courts have often defined for us what can and cannot be protected, and that may be a different definition in Canada than it is in international jurisdictions. So I'm happy to talk about that if people have questions, but that's sort of the gist of my experience.
Well, good morning, everyone. Michael Stingel in the philosophy department. You might wonder at a sciencey event like this and business event like this, well, why is there just a humanities person here doing philosophy? My background is ethics, and I got here more than 30 years ago when the regional hospital was managed by a small local board, and someone there wanted to have a clinical ethics committee. This was 30 years ago, just the start of interest in clinical ethics. So they needed a legal representative, they needed somebody who did ethics, they needed various medical personnel. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Here we go. So the healthcare system underwent a lot of changes over the last 30 years in terms of how it was managed and how it was administrated, the kinds of things that it did at a clinical level, and the kinds of research that became part of it. So from the very small beginnings of being on a local ethics committee at a local but a regional hospital, I found myself on a variety of provincial ethics committees looking at clinical ethics, but then on various committees looking at research integrated across the province. Research in this case focused on human health and human health information. And part of what I'm going to talk about a little bit today is how ethics does play into decisions in terms of what kinds of science gets done, how that moves into technology, how that moves into actual practice, and the sorts of ethical concerns that arise at each point along the way. And ethics committees are a small part of it, but in some ways not the most important part of it. I think now much more important is wondering what kind of stuff is getting done or not getting done. What are the overall consequences of having particular kinds of research programs and perhaps not having other kinds of research programs? So it needs to be a much broader process of public thinking and public consultation that involves all of us, whatever our roles are, in terms of being in business, being in science, being in the humanities, but being citizens in a province and in a nation, and indeed part of a global system of ongoing research that's going to impact all of our lives in very large sorts of ways. So we're going to get some more precise questions, and I'll say a little bit more about that, but that's why the ethics person is sitting here.
Can we hear you? Can you hear me, Fabian?
Hello, everyone. Can you guys hear me? Can I get a hand sign that someone can hear me?
Am I supposed to put
Hello?
the mic?
Hello?
Do I do this?
Oh, yeah. Can you guys hear me? Yes, no, maybe?
Go and keep talking, keep talking.
All right, you guys can hear me. Okay, perfect, because I can't hear you, so Laura is texting me and telling me where we are. My name is Fabian Roden. I was a former student at the University of Lethbridge. Now I'm at the University of Manitoba in the Department of Microbiology and the lab of Professor H.J. Whedon. And I did my bachelor's and master's in plain biology in Germany, but decided to do my master's thesis on science policy, the international regulation of genetic sequence data and genomic information. And that's kind of how I came down the road of policy and ethics. So after that thesis, I worked for the German Culture Collection on this issue. And now that I'm here, aside of doing my normal laboratory research, I work on dual use aspects of life science research. And I also serve in the steering committee of both the German Association for Synthetic Biology and the Canadian pendant called SynBio Canada for policy and ethics. So basically all my work outside the laboratory is more on this interface between like novel biotechnologies and what are regulatory and ethical concerns with them. So I don't go too much into detail, but one thing that will hopefully come up today and in the other discussions is like, what does big data mean for genomic privacy, or who has access and who controls genetic sequences? And that's kind of my background, and I think I'll stop it at this point.
Perfect.
Perfect.
There we go. Has anyone watched Big Bang Theory? I feel like we should have put Fabian on wheels like Sheldon Cooper. Anyways, so my first question is, in your realm of work, how would you define scientific ethics, or what role does scientific ethics play in your career? I think someone's messaging him. Is Fabian still connected? He can go first. Technology, folks.
Okay, I'll go. That's a good question, and as I said in the introduction, I think in our world it comes, unfortunately, fortunately, from definitions that we have to deal with from...
I'm supposed to go first. You guys still can hear me? Okay, perfect. Yeah, I mean, scientific ethics for me...
Okay. That's a perfect segue because there's no regulation was the last thing I heard, and that's true. As I was saying, fortunately, we are relying on an archaic legal system to catch up with all of the scientific innovation that's happening in this room, and we are far behind it. It doesn't begin to describe it. So we have many definitions, case law rulings that have suggested to scientists, to ethical boards, what a judge sitting in a courtroom at the time, based on the particular factual scenario, thinks is and is not protectable, is or is not ethical in our country. And as Michael suggested, I think it's a constant battle between innovation and scientific development there to help the community, help the public, push through technologies that will assist us, and the courts trying to catch up with whether or not we deem that legal. It's an old case, just to tell you, exactly how far behind we are, but the Harvard mouse case was a genetic case in Canada where our Supreme Court decided that you cannot hold patent protection on a genetically modified mouse. The idea being that a mouse is allowed, notwithstanding that it has been genetically modified, it can grow from its embryonic state to its adult state, and as a result, you can't own that because that's a product of nature. That's not the same decision that was made by judges in other jurisdictions. So it's a constant push-pull between innovation and our legal system trying to catch up, and I would say we're failing.
Well, just to follow up on both what you and Fabian were saying, science runs ahead of ethics in ways that it's hard for ethics to catch up, and sometimes it doesn't. And that was certainly something I saw in the research ethics committees I was on. Now, I think the implications of that are in part that the people actually doing the science, designing things, but deciding where they're going to design things, what they're going to be looking at, the ethics has to go in from the very beginning. And I think that's something I've talked to Fabian before, and I think part of what he has in mind is scientists themselves need to be thinking in ethical sorts of ways. What are the consequences of this new science that I'm working on? If it's pure science, what are the possible consequences of this for human beings, for life on the planet? And if it's some sort of technology that's being spun off from something that's pure science, a little bit easier to begin to answer that question. But at both levels, I think those are interesting and important questions. So just to locate that in terms of my own experience, I was on a research ethics committee. And one of the things you do with every study that comes across your desk is you manage costs and benefits. Every research study has risks. So you're always wondering, how well are those risks mitigated? And do the potential benefits outweigh to a sufficient degree the potential risks? And so you look at that for each sort of study, and so you look at risks, you look at benefits, you think about things like informed consent. Do the people who are participating in this study, are they fully informed about what's going to happen to them and how it will play out? And concerns around confidentiality of information and so on. But one of the frustrating things at that committee level is you looked at studies where the cost-benefit analysis came out in a positive sort of way, so you put your stamp of ethics approval on them. But you worried that at a deeper level, the consequences of doing this kind of study were not really maximizing overall benefits. There were other studies that could have been done, or this kind of study could have been done in a different sort of way, but you're not doing any kind of designing at the ethics committee level. You're just looking at a particular study wondering, do its costs, are they outweighed by its benefits? And at a very individual level of an individual study, that can be so, and so you give it the stamp of approval. But there's a worry with some studies that this isn't the right study at the right time. In terms of overall consequences, it would be better not to be designing this kind of study. It would be better to be designing other kinds of studies. And so the question is, who thinks about that? Who thinks about the ethics up front? And so again, I return to my earlier point that some of that responsibility lies with the scientists who are developing stuff from the very beginning, and with the business people that are part of picking and choosing among various technologies, what sorts of technologies they're either going to pick up and use, or what sorts of technologies they're going to be part of developing. So we need to be thinking about ethics at the developmental stages. We can think about it afterwards in terms of, are we regulating the right stuff? Are we approving the right stuff at the level of our ethics committees? But we need to be thinking about ethics up front in terms of long-term consequences, because the technologies we're dealing with now have very big and very long-term consequences.
Just move my chair over. Perfect. Yeah, so as Dr. Stingle mentioned, we know that a lot of ethical standards are developed and subsequently amended due to often scientific misconduct. So it is vital as we move forward for you as industry or scientists to be proactive in your ethical thinking. So the next question for the panel is, what are the main concerns right now that you see in your field? And I guess we'll ask Fabian to go first. No? Okay, Susan.
Yeah, you got pointed. So I think I'll switch to sort of the business side of things as a general concern that I see, and what I see from my clients is that as a result of our regulations being so far behind, our government bodies not knowing what the answers are to certain ethical issues, we see businesses suffering in the sense that they can't get regulatory approval for certain technologies that they want to protect, notwithstanding that we have patents on them, for example. It's getting the technology through Health Canada, through other regulatory bodies, in order to pursue their business in Canada. And as a result, it's not a large portion of clients that I deal with, but I do see from the business side of things, companies in the area ending up leaving Canada to go to other jurisdictions where the either regulatory bodies that are farther along or have accepted the particular technologies that the businesses are trying to pursue. So I don't know if that's necessarily a large concern from the business perspective or more just from our public policy perspective, that if these are technologies that can be helping Canadians, helping Albertans in particular ways, do we want to see those companies leaving, and is that something that we should be actively preventing or trying to prevent?
Well, I want to talk about public participation and public consultation. It's something Fabian and I have talked about, but I've talked about it with others as well. And so Fabian, not directly, well, I don't know if he can even hear me, not directly related to what you and I have talked about. But we're putting health information. I guess Fabian and I are attempting to have a conversation, getting a little bit of feedback. So we're now putting health information into larger and larger databases. And one of the things that people worry about regulating and worry about in terms of ethics is whether data is identifiable or unidentifiable. And identifiable data has to be protected in certain kinds of ways that de-identified data doesn't in terms of health information. And the way you typically protect identifiable data is by getting people's informed consent. Do you agree to put your data into this database that's going to be used for research purposes? But as we put databases together into computerized systems and build bigger and bigger databases, so what people are calling big data, a lot of stuff is coming from hospitals, from other healthcare institutions, where people have died, people have moved. There's no way you're going to be able to get individual consent. But it's going to go into a big database, it's going to be de-identified. So, maybe that's okay. Now, the particular problem people are wrestling with now is once you have those big databases, people are going to want to start mining them as part of their research projects in terms of connecting stuff up. And they're probably going to use AI programs. And the problem with AI programs going through very large databases is data that's de-identified becomes identifiable because there's just too much of it there and you can start connecting it up. So the question is, how do you protect the people who, in terms of their privacy and the confidentiality you promised them when you gathered that data, how do you protect their interests in how that data gets used? They might or might not agree with the purposes of that AI research probe, right? It might be pure research, it might be for industrial or business sorts of reasons, in terms of, you know, marking a potential drug, that sort of thing. People might not have consented to that kind of project if they'd known about it and they knew that their information was going to be part of it. Now, a lot of these projects have really great consequences, right? So we're back to balancing risks and benefits. So it seems like we should build those big databases. The potential benefits are huge. It seems like we should let people sift through them using AI. The potential benefits of that are huge. And with regard to each project that somebody proposes, an ethics committee can look at it and kind of measure up what are the risks and benefits. But lurking behind that is this question of, yeah, but did the people who supplied that data, would they really have agreed to this use of it or not? And is that something we have to worry about? So here's an area where people are thinking about public consultation, that we can't go back to people individually and ask, do you want your data included in this database? Because they died or we can't find them or whatever. But we can, as we're compiling databases in a province like Alberta, a province-wide database, or a database in Ontario, a province-wide database there, as we start combining these databases, we can do broad public consultation about the general purposes that we're building these databases for, how they are likely to be used, how they're likely to be used in terms of pure science, and how they're likely to be used in terms of business and industry and people developing drugs. And as we do that, we'll need to think about what parts of the public we're consulting. Are we including vulnerable groups? How much of it do we have to do? So for me, that's an emerging ethical issue. Informed consent at a broad public level that doesn't look at individual people. Did they consent to have their data part of this study? But a consultation in a deeper sense with all of us about the way all of our data is going to get used in the future.
Sounds like a good moot case for law students to have to argue.
Perfect. So I saw on YouTube a little bit what Michael talked about, and it's the last minute, so I don't know what his conclusion was. But I want to chime in on something very similar, which is databases for genomic information that are non-human. That's a big issue and something I worked before at. Big issue at the UN because there it goes international. So keep in mind everything that Michael said about AI and big databases to mine these genetic sequences. You can do that with humans and you have all these privacy issues Michael talks about, but you can also do that with plants, microbes, and animals. They don't have too many privacy protection rights, but there are other issues coming up. And I'll give some food for thought for the next two panels on AI on food. So let's imagine you take all the genetic sequences of a certain crop from all around the world, you put them in a database, it's already happening. There's a lot you can do with this by mining this, by using AI, you can improve crop yields, do a lot of great research. But these sequences come from different countries, often developing countries. Those plants are often bred by local communities, indigenous communities, marginalized people, and the sequences are up on a database. And so companies in Canada, the US, and Europe are using it, big companies making a lot of money. AI is still something that is a high-tech issue and not something smallholder farmers in Africa can use. And then they develop new products that are too expensive for the respective countries and farmers where the information is coming from. And so currently at the United Nations, that's a very, very big issue. And like Michael mentioned, we have a similar ethical issue. It's very beneficial to have all this data, to sequence it, to improve crop yields, to make our food better, healthier, to reduce carbon footprint. So all these are good things. But the ethical question is at what cost and who benefits from it. This is very big, and where I tie that to kind of the researchers or what will happen with the current graduate students in biology, agriculture, and molecular biology is you guys will be part of that system because things will get more and more connected. Like whatever these databases and these AI algorithms will find out, you will connect your research to it. So you're kind of part of the system. And that has always been the case, that science is kind of paid by companies or large military funding projects. But what has changed in the recent years is kind of the public media outreach. Like as scientists, we get highly encouraged to have a social media account to tweet about our research. It's called science communication. And you have it a lot in Lethbridge, like with the 3-minute thesis, with the iGEM team, probably also with the networking and catalyst talks here at this conference. And so what really changes is that the researchers are now on social media directly engaged, and they will get feedback in the future because people on the other side of the world that are affected by your research also now have a social media account, and there's some interactions that would not have happened this way in the 60s. And so I think that is a major shift that I think for researchers will happen. There's this big push towards do science communication, engage with the public, but there's no training or no knowledge of what are actually the underlying issues. And I just want to say that for all the students out there, that you will hear about science communication and that you need to show your research to the public. And when you do that, most people will cheer you and say, you're a scientist, you're saving the world, everything awesome, but be prepared. There can be also a lot of backlash from people that think what you're doing is helping the wrong people, you're doing it for the wrong reasons, and so on and so forth. So for me, that is a major change that I think in the field of research that will affect young scientists and will be an issue that hasn't been the case, like, let's say 20 years ago.
So this panel is moderated by Dr. Danny Leroy, who is an assistant professor here at the University of Lethbridge. I'll have the panelists introduce themselves, but I'll just say their names as they're coming up. We have Christine Lewington, who is the Chief Executive Officer at PIP International. We have Aaron Crane, the Executive Director of Tourism Lethbridge, and Terrence Hochstein, the Executive Director of the Potato Growers of Alberta. Really doesn't want to come out of there.
Thank you very much. I guess our guests are scared of an academic. Everybody's moved their chair away from me. Thank you for being here, and welcome to this session on the future of food. Before I begin, I want to acknowledge the sponsors for today's program. Without you, it wouldn't be possible. My name is Danny Leroy, and I coordinate the Agricultural Studies program here at the University of Lethbridge. I'm an agricultural economist in the Department of Economics here at the university, and I'm delighted to moderate this session. Lethbridge, as you know, is a hub of agriculture and agri-food activity. And it's a pleasure of mine to have three panelists this morning to share with us their perspectives on the future of agriculture and agri-food locally and beyond. The way that I want to run this session this morning is that I've asked each person to maybe spend 8 or 10 minutes introducing themselves and describing what they think the future of agriculture and agri-food is from their particular perspective and in their line of work. And that will leave us with some time at the end to answer your questions if you have any, and that'll put us back on time, okay? So it's my pleasure to introduce or pass the microphone to our first guest, Christine Lewington. Christine.
Is it morning? Yeah, it's still morning. Sorry, I've been up since very early. So I'm Christine Lewington. I'm the CEO and founder of PIP International. About a year, just under a year ago, I purchased the Coulee Brew and took it out of service, and I've turned it into a wet fractionation yellow pea processing facility. We are commissioning right now, and what we do is the IP discussion prior to this was very interesting to me because we have found a technology that we're commercializing here in Lethbridge to extract the protein out of peas to support the plant-based growth industry in the food industry. Because right now, if anybody goes and buys protein shakes and it has pea protein in it, it tastes like crap. And ours does not. Ours is clean tasting, neutral, and we also have the ability to pull the albumins out, which is now going into, it's in the hospital in Toronto, and those albumins are going to be very significant in moving forward health science for humans, not just for anything across the board, because you can't do that. So we're doing that right here in Lethbridge, and currently right now, as I said, we're commissioning. I think the guys are over there right now because they blew up a motor this morning, and that's all fun. We're starting with phase 1. We're gonna have about 30 people to work there, and we've purchased 20 acres in Sharing Industrial, and we're gonna build a 200,000 square foot facility for about $200 million, and we want construction to start in March. And that one will do about 100 people working there, and about 300 contractors, and it increases the area growth by a significant GDP, but I'm not allowed to legally say what that is, apparently. So the thing that's exciting about the future of food here is we have so much opportunity here in the prairie provinces to actually start using that which we grow. 95% of the yellow peas that we grow in Alberta, and we grow 1.1 million metric ton. Saskatchewan kicks our butt with 47 million metric ton, but 95% of our peas go to China. And that goes to pig feed or further processing, and then we buy it back. Why do we do that? I don't know. So I can take a cup of peas and have a cup of peas and put it beside a cup of pea protein isolate that I sell as an ingredient. And the difference in price, if you said the cup of peas was $1, my cup of peas is over 1,100% more value. That 1,100% we're giving away. And I said, I'm done with that. I grew up in this area, just outside of Lethbridge. I actually played volleyball here at the University of Lethbridge, I don't know, 15 years ago? No, okay, it was 32 years ago. And we need to do things better, and we have the ability to do that here, and Lethbridge is the best anchor to do it. I'm working with the college and wanting to work with the university and some of the scientists, so if there's any smart folks out there that want to work with me and show how we can do a value-added crop and truly bring and open up the potential that is here, I'm all ears. So I could talk forever about my company. So, yeah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Erin Crane. I'm the CEO for Tourism Lethbridge, and I am thrilled to be here today and sandwiched in between two powerhouses, because some of you might be wondering, what's the tourism lady doing up here at STEMFusion, you know, talking about the future of food? Well, I have the very fortunate opportunity to talk about promoting Lethbridge, and one of the ways that we do that is through agriculture and food. As tourism, as economic development, as business, we often are challenged on how we differentiate ourselves from the competition. What's your value proposition? How do you tell those great stories? And for me, we are really lucky because I get to tell stories about how we grow food, how we process food, how we're stewards of the land, how we get our products to market. Where are those markets? Because those are the things that really differentiate us out in the market. Not everybody has what we have in the rest of Canada. And prior to taking on this role, I was the Director of Investment Attraction for Economic Development Lethbridge. And we started marketing this area, and by this area, I mean like the 50 kilometers between Lethbridge and Taber. We call it Canada's premier food corridor. And if you've got your phones or your devices, you can Google that, and you can check it out, because one of the reasons that we did that is because there is so much here. Like Christine said, we have large-scale processors. Coming soon. We have small niche innovators. We've got fantastic research and development that's happening. We're supported by fantastic ag associations. There's so much going on in this area, and it is different, and it is unique. And one of the great things that we got to do early this year is to go along with Canada's premier food corridor. We created Canada's Food Tours. We've started our first one. It was really easy to do because there was so much to choose from. So again, you can Google that one as well. And if you want to go check it out, I encourage you to go on a little journey. It's a self-guided driving tour. Because the other thing that we know is not everybody is as lucky as us. They don't live here rurally. They don't get to see all of this happening. They live in big city centers where they don't know where their food comes from. They don't know how their food is processed. And one of the great things for tourism is that we're the invitation. We're the open door for people to come in and find out about that. There was a study done by Destination Canada a few years ago where they show a direct correlation between international arrivals and the exports that come out of those markets. And the stats were for every 1% growth of international arrivals, there is an $800 million export impact to that country. How fantastic would that be for our area? And for those of you who don't know, we are also building, right now it's due to open in May of 2023, the 268,000 square foot agri-food hub and trade center. This is going to allow us to welcome people from around the world to learn about food and all of the layers that go on top of that. Primary agriculture is 20% of the GDP here in Lethbridge. That's just primary agriculture. You layer on that with finance, insurance, real estate, supply chain, alternative energy, you name it, right? It all kind of ties back to that agriculture. So we have nothing but opportunity here, and we're gonna see some of those benefits, and that, to me, is the future of food.
Thank you, ladies. We're going to rely on Google here because I'm going to start my presentation with a quote that I think aptly talks about what we're talking about today. The late Clive Cussler, an American novelist, talked about something that, as we look out the window here today in the bottom of the coulee, one of the biggest things that it influenced here in Southern Alberta is water and the future of water. And the late Clive Cussler said, in this century, wars will not be fought over oil, as in the past, but in water. And I think that's very important with what we're talking about here today. So my industry is relatively unknown in the province of Alberta. I represent the potato growers of Alberta as the executive director, but I'm also a farmer as well, growing up just north of Waterton Park. Family still runs the ranch. But the important part about what I do and my passion on the future of food is Southern Alberta, Alberta as a whole, is the largest producer of potatoes in Canada. Everybody, when you talk about potatoes, you think PEI or Idaho. We've quietly gone about our business the last 50 years, and we continue to grow and expand. And we're now can say that we produce more potatoes than any other province in Canada, and we're very proud of that. But part of that comes with the responsibility of the future of food. So when I reference water, everyone in the room is aware that over the next 10 years, there will be a major expansion of irrigation potential here in Southern Alberta. And one of the constant battles that I have is we don't have enough water. The Oldman River is dry, the St. Mary's River is going dry, and that is true at certain times of year it does. Where this expansion is going is in the spring when we get runoff, when the Rocky Mountains gives us the snow, and a lot of things that are happening with climate change. This project is enabling the industry, agriculture, Southern Alberta, to capture this water for times of drought like we have right now. And part of our role is to use that water in the most ethical, sustainable manner. And I can say that our growers are probably one of the most ethical, sustainable producing areas in North America, if not the world, because we're very conscious of the water, the land, erosion. But part of that also fits into what Christine and her group is doing, is why would we produce something to send it elsewhere in the world to turn around and buy it back? So one of the things that we do, and I'm sure everyone in this room enjoys a bag of potato chips. The growers here in Southern Alberta, and I can count them on one hand, produce all the potato chips for Frito-Lay in Western Canada and the Northwest United States. Nobody knows about that. The stories could go on and on and on. We have Cavendish, Lamb Weston, McCain's here, a couple other chip plants, and we continue to grow. Another one of the, what I call myths or concerns that come from the general public is, well, what you guys are doing, what your growers are doing, it's monoculture. No, actually it's not. We're one of 47 specialty crops that produce food here in Southern Alberta. A lot of the crops, the average consumer, the average producer don't know about it. We have one of the largest onion growers in Canada. Potatoes, the peas, the hybrid canola, carrots, corn, pumpkins, mint, I could go on and on and on. That's all part of that sustainable future of food. And we work very hard to work in conjunction. 1 in 5, 1 in 6, 1 in 7, in some places 1 in 10-year rotation that my growers grow. But the rest of the time they're growing some of these crops like what Christine's doing and what we were talking about, the food corridor. So we're really excited to be a part of that, but we're also more excited about telling the story. We as producers, we as farmers, we as ranchers, we don't do a very good job on that. And that's why the tourism part of it, we rely on that. We're really excited as an industry to be a part of Christine's project down the road, that we can partner and be a part of that rotation, be a part of that structure, because it's a win for everybody, and we want to keep our food and our food production here at home and grow it in a safe manner.
Thank you very much, Terrence, Aaron, Christine. Fantastic on time. We're right back on time, and we have opportunity for questions. If anybody has any, I will come down.
I have a mic. I can.
Oh, you have a mic? All right. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Brent Pachelski. I'm the CEO and founder for Paramoria Agriscience, and we're really interested in input costs and reduction in usage of pesticides such as fungicides. You talk about water is going to be a very big concern in terms of climate change and sustainability. I'm wondering, in terms of your opinion on agriculture, we've had interest from the Liberal government in reducing fertilizer usage by 30%, and in a lot of cases, spraying of pesticides, insecticides, herbicides it can be very heavy in this area. Never mind talking about water quantity, how are we going to preserve water quality in southern Alberta? Thank you.
You're welcome. Terrence, do you want to take this question first? And then if anybody else would like to chime in, you can. Okay, Terrence.
Thank you for that question. That's an amazing question. That's one that the ag industry deals with every day. I can only speak for my growers. We're very well aware of that, the reduction in fertilizer, the chemical, the pesticide grower. Not sure how many of you in the room here are aware of what's called the 4R Steward Nutrient Management Plan. We're always going to use chemical. We're always going to use fertilizer and pesticide, but it's timing. It's the right amount, the right time, the right place, the right kind. And we've been doing that for years. Like I say, we haven't done a really good job of telling our story, but that's all part of it. Is this 30% achievable? I think we can get there over time. We're already there. I would say we're already over halfway there as an industry, as an ag industry. We just got to talk about it and continue to move forward. And that again plays into that long rotation, efficient water usage, et cetera, et cetera. But I think it's very achievable.
So that's a great question that you have there. One of the number one things that PIP is doing is we're reducing, wet fractionation takes a lot of water. And so we have a water technology that we put across 8 pivots, secretly, by the way. 8 pivots with some of my pea farmers this last year. And the crops grew 30% faster, harvested 2 weeks early, and used a fraction of the water. So any of our pea growers are going to be given this water technology and expected to use it, and it reduces the fertilizer output as well. So all the way through, up from the growers, up to the processors, I feel it's our responsibility to push it through and conserve water, because I agree, it's going to be the number one battle in the future.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Any other questions from the audience? Or if there's one online, I don't have a device in front of me to field an online question.
I have a quick question.
Brandy, please go ahead.
If I can butt in. Can you tell me how important it is for our students to have an ag background? And is there a need for our STEM students in the areas that you are experts in?
I want to answer that question.
I'm going on this. Brandy, yes. I currently right now would be looking for scientists all the way through to mechanical engineers, to tradespeople. To work at PIP, you don't need to have an ag background. You need to have a willingness to learn. But coming out of the ag background tells PIP that you love ag. So that's where I see it. And out of the STEM obviously is, I'm a mechanical engineer background. So anything out of this university, I would be very interested to be looking at.
As I mentioned earlier about the primary ag GDP that's developed here, everything again is layered on top of that. So Brandy, my response to your question would be yes. I think at least having a knowledge of agriculture is going to get you really far, especially in this region. And like Christine, I have a funding application in right now. And if successful, we too will be looking at hiring some consultants at the beginning of the year to continue building out our food tours. I want to come out to Tabor and see Terrence. So there's always those opportunities, and even if you don't have that background, if you have that knowledge, that's going to go a long way.
Thank you. In answer to your question, Brandy, it's nice to have that ag background. Most of my growers, their families are multi-generational, they're back on the farm, but we're just the primary level of it. You look in the city here, you look up and down this Highway 3 corridor, and there's many, many factories, many production facilities, and they're constantly looking for people that, they prefer the ag background, because if you have that, you understand it's the production of food, but multiple levers of opportunities in these plants and these processing facilities and the value added that if you're interested in the future of food, right from the basic primary production right up to the consumer's plate, you're in the right place. I think there's huge opportunity here in Southern Alberta.
I would like to echo that, if I may. There's no more lucrative opportunity, in my opinion, than combining something from STEM with something in ag. People are literally tripping over themselves for good quality people who can apply the skills that they know in some other, in some scientific area or ethical area or social science in agriculture and agri-food. So it's engineering and agriculture. It's political science and agriculture. It's sociology and agriculture. It's mechanical engineering and agriculture. It's information technology. It's computer science and agriculture. And we are so lucky because this is the place to be in Canada to pursue careers along those lines. We're a hub of agriculture and agri-food in southern Alberta here, and there's a need for people with skills that you're acquiring at the University of Lethbridge. You've made an excellent choice. Any other questions? I have one online?
No, just from me.
Oh, okay, please go ahead.
Yes, we do have a really great agriculture ecosystem here in Southern Alberta. We also have a really nice synthetic biology ecosystem here at the U of L. And talking about combining STEM and agriculture, there's been a lot of pushback in the recent years against genetically modified organisms. But I think moving forward into the future, it's going to be extremely important to actually incorporate GMOs into agriculture and have wide acceptance of GMOs in order to, fight against climate change. So I don't know, what are your thoughts on that, and how do you think we can make GMOs more palatable to general population?
Who would like to take that? Christine? Okay.
That's a pretty hot topic, to be quite fair. Right now, we're signing a couple of multinational agreements for pea protein, and one of their number one things is non-GMO. So how we incorporate GMO and those sciences in needs a broader conversation, because it is very important for us to be able to have yields and everything else. So I don't have the answer. That's the first thing that I'll say. It's a hot topic, but I can't sell my product into Europe if it's GMO. So there's some obstacles there.
It's a great question, and it comes up fairly often, and it is a concern of a lot of the associations that we talk with. And, again, one of the roles that we play is around that education piece and telling those stories and letting it known what are all of the impacts of it and providing those details out to the public for everyone to make their own informed decision. Because oftentimes, we hear about GMO and it's automatically a bad thing, right? So how do we shift those conversations? How do we tell those stories? How do we showcase the information that is available and educate everyone so that they can, decide what is best and, what they want to choose?
I will echo the hot topic thing. In our industry, and I can only speak within the potato industry right now, the technology is there. It's been tried a couple of times. It's been pushed out into the public, and then it's hit a wall. Globally, that does not exist right now in the potato industry. Our customers don't want it. Other countries don't want it. But as we talk about the future of food, if we're serious about being able to continue to feed the world with less and less resources and with climate change that's coming, that topic's going to have to come up again. But the deciding factor on that, whether it's accepted or not, is not going to be the people that are on the stage here or the companies. It's going to be the general public. Whether or not it's accepted by the general public, and if they do their homework and fully understand it and get away from the bad science from 10, 15, 20, 30 years ago, then I think it'll play a place in the future. But it's going to be up to the public to whether or not that's the direction that we go.
Thank you, Terrence. That brings this part of the conference to a conclusion this morning. Our panel is going to be available for the lab benching at 3 o'clock. We'll be over at one of these tables over here if you wish to contact us. I'm sure our panelists will be available around lunchtime if anybody has a question for them. Thank you very much for your attention, and would you please join me in thanking our 3 presenters this morning. And I'll pass the microphone.
All right. So, 10-minute break. Everybody leave. Go on. No. Yeah, so there's coffee, there's water over there. You've got 10 minutes, and then we're going to start our catalyst talks. And so when you hear me yapping up here again, that'll mean pay attention. Until then, have a nice break, go to the bathroom. I don't know, go outside, touch some grass, whatever.
Hi there. I could hear something now, but it's very echoey. I can hear someone speaking from the teaching center, but the echo and feedback is so bad that I can't make out what you're saying.
be throwing you sort of baseball hand signals about how much time you've got left. Yeah, keep going to third, things like that. And so, without further ado, I'd like to introduce our first speaker, David Chan, who is the industry team product lead from the Alberta Machine Intelligence Institute, and he's joining us virtually, so he should be here-ish on my left, if I'm correct.
Hi, folks. Can you hear me? Awesome. Yeah, I'm not sure if my slides are up there. Am I good to go there?
Yep.
Folks?
Yep, you're good.
Okay, awesome. There's just some background noise coming in from the audio feed. So apologies everyone who's there for the technical hiccups that we're having here. But it's great to be here. I believe I was just introduced as David Chan, the product lead with the industry team here with Amy. So Amy is the Alberta Machine Intelligence Institute. And we've been around for about 5-6 years here. We're a not-for-profit organization that's based right here in Alberta. And we were actually set up in 2017 as part of the Pan-Canadian AI strategy. And so Canada was actually the first country that had a national AI strategy. And as part of that, they set up 3 centers of excellence, one in Alberta, one in Toronto, and one in Montreal. And each of those centers of excellence was set up because there's considerable academic excellence in AI in those areas. In Alberta, that specifically is concentrated at the University of Alberta. And through a couple of decades worth of investment in AI research, we've become global leaders in some of the areas in AI. For example, in reinforcement learning. And really one of the folks who's associated with Amy, Dr. Richard Sutton, he's considered like the godfather of reinforcement learning, really. So he's sort of the guy who wrote the textbook. So it's really neat, actually, that Alberta is home really to global experts in this area that people from around the world come to try to learn from and work with as well. And so really, that, in a nutshell, what you can see here on the slide, this is what Amy does and what we strive to do. We look to support leading edge research in AI and translate scientific advancement into industry adoption. And on the left-hand side, you can see what we call a virtuous circle. So that leading edge research really driving industry adoption. And by the same token, industry adoption driving leading edge research. So the more leading edge research we can do, hopefully the more industry we'll be able to attract and the more we'll be able to see in terms of making it a competitive enabler within industry. And the more it becomes a competitive enabler and the more we attract the industry to do AI, the more it will, again, turn into investment into academic excellence in AI. And on the right-hand side on this slide, you can see some of the impacts we've had over the last year. So touching on both the industry sides and the academic side. On the academic side, we've published over 400 papers last year. And on the industry side, we've worked with over 74 companies just over the last year alone. But I think one of the coolest stats that I like the most that's not captured on the slide here is that over the last 5 to 6 years, we've been able to increase the retention rate of graduates here in Alberta in AI from 30 to 60% roughly. So we've been able to almost double the retention rate of talent here in Alberta. And the reason why that's key is, to me, it really showcases what we're able to do here in terms of building the AI community and ecosystem. So in order to retain those graduates, we need to be able to have companies here that have those exciting cutting edge research jobs available. And by being able to double that retention rate, to me, that really speaks to us being able to do that and really seeing the ecosystem maturing here in Alberta. So I'm really drawn to that stat. And, I thought I would round it out with one sort of cool innovation in AI that is not necessarily, that's not an Amy contribution here because it's not our research that drove this, although I'm sure some of the publications actually fed into this. But it's work that was done by DeepMind, which is a company that's owned by Google. And interestingly, DeepMind did set up its first office outside the UK, right here in Alberta, in Edmonton. So there is actually a DeepMind office in Edmonton. But what they did a few months ago is that they published 200 million protein structures that were solved from just its amino acid sequence which can be, of course, derived from the DNA sequence. And so 200 million protein structures. That means for every amino acid sequence that we know of that makes a protein structure, we also have a high resolution 3D structure that goes with it. And so why I think that's so cool is because it's going to be a huge catalyst for breakthrough discoveries, additional breakthrough discoveries in many different areas. So knowing the high resolution protein structure can really allow you to do targeted drug design, for example, in order to find new agents that will, combat certain diseases. And maybe why this example hits home so well for me is because before I got into data science, I actually did a PhD in biochemistry. And as part of that PhD in biochemistry, I did protein structure determination. And so as part of my PhD, I solved between roughly 2 protein structures. And of course, that took me several years to do. Now I did other things as part of my PhD, but still that gives you sort of a bit of an indication of the massive impact that AI can have, right? It took me multiple years to solve 2 structures, and they released 200 million protein structures using AI just a few months ago. And so with that, thank you again for having me, and I believe I must be out of time at this point, so happy to take any questions.
All right, I've just been informed there actually is no time for questions so that we can keep things going, but David's information is available, and so you can shoot him an email if you have questions about this. And so thanks one more time, David. For our next talk, I'd like to ask Mike McCready to come up, the Project Research Chair at Lethbridge College for Spatial Technologies, Applied Research, and Training Center.
Hello. Oops, almost made a mess there. All right. So I want to talk about virtual and augmented reality. I thought there was going to be a timer, so someone can just wave me down when I'm at my 5-minute mark. Oh, you're awesome. All right. So virtual reality, augmented reality, future or fad. I want to talk about a few things that Lethbridge College is doing, and then about the industry in general. So these are just some examples of the projects that Lethbridge College and the START Center is working on. So the START Center is the Spatial Technologies Applied Research and Training Center. We work with organizations in Alberta and throughout the country to help them look at ways to implement these spatial technologies within their workflow to improve their bottom line, improve employee safety, and increase efficiencies. And there's a lot of opportunities across the spectrum, as you can see from the examples on some of the slides there, whether it's agriculture, trades, public safety, healthcare, and more. In fact, I don't believe that there is any real industry that would not be able to benefit in some form or fashion from immersive technologies. And we're seeing that growth as the number of clients who are reaching out to us. Just in the last week, we've had a couple other clients reaching out to us, looking at ways that they could incorporate these technologies within their workflow, and they are not technology companies. If these projects that I'm demonstrating aren't really kind of an indicator of the potential growth opportunity, just in the last couple of years, the START Center at Lethbridge College has brought in over $2.5 million in grants and partnerships. And through those grants, we've actually been able to hire a number of professionals, developers, and actually a machine learning researcher. And so again, the growth opportunities of AI and machine learning in Alberta are huge. This machine learning researcher is going to be looking at the ability to create more authentic behaviors in virtual beings. A lot of the projects that we're looking at developing and are working on are in the areas of training, which makes sense as we're a post-secondary institution. And the ways that we want to be able to create these training opportunities is to allow people to interact with these virtual beings authentically, not just have the visual authenticity in place, but also the behavioral. And so we've been able to hire a machine learning researcher with that. We also, within the START Center, are looking at bringing on students. We hire a number of students. Actually, we have a grad who's working with us in a full-time year internship because we want to, give them opportunities to apply their knowledge, but also students bring a great lens to projects that we as academia and faculty and industry may not have access to. And so it's really important for us in all the projects that we work on that we include students. And just trying to make sure I see some of the other stats I had up there. We've worked on, or currently working on 18 plus projects. We've got some really exciting ones One that we're really excited about is a driving simulator. We're working with a public safety agency to be able to provide emergency driving training to their officers. And this is going to be something that doesn't exist in the market today. And we're working with a technology partner that the plan is for them to be able to commercialize that. So not only are we able to work on research projects, but we're also be able to improve the industry and provide revenue streams for them as well. And if this is not enough to kind of demonstrate the potential of VR and AR, I've got some high-level industry stats up there. And sorry, I keep looking up there. I can't really see them. So I'll let you guys read those there that I've got up there. The bottom line is that what we are doing is we are entering a new computing revolution. A lot of the analogies that I use is we are currently entering a stage similar to the internet of the early 90s, where at that time, a lot of people, in fact, you could probably find articles where they thought the internet was a fad. They thought that it wasn't going to be useful for most people. And now I can probably guarantee every single one of you have accessed the internet at least 5 times today and probably in your pocket. So what I really want to encourage us is to realize that think about ways of immersive technologies to be able to influence you, whether you're a computer science professional or a biochemistry professional or an engineer. There are ways that we can use these tools to connect, to visualize new data, or to be able to work more productively. In fact, the pandemic has actually demonstrated the potential of these technologies for us to be able to connect remotely despite some of the restrictions that we face. And we've seen a huge surge of interest in both VR applications for enjoyment, but also for productivity in business. And so I encourage you, if you want to reach out to me, I'm on LinkedIn, Mike McCready, or on Twitter, if you want to discuss ways of how this technology might be able to help you in your professional area or in your academic studies. We're working on partnerships with the University of Lethbridge, a few of the areas here, as well as some other universities, which we'll be announcing shortly. And thank you. I think I'm pretty much at my time. And so I don't know if there's questions, but I'll put the mic down. So thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Mike. Now we'll be hearing from Lindsay Smiley, the director of Plug and Play, who unfortunately will be joining us virtually, but thankfully will be joining us. And so take a look down here to my left if you want to see her, and then up at the screen if you want to see the slides.
Great. Thanks, everyone. Do let me know if you can't hear me. The audio is a little bit lagging, but I'm sorry I couldn't be there today. I was looking forward to letting you know a little bit about what we're doing with Plug and Play and what that means to Alberta in person, but hopefully we can catch some questions after this, and I'm always open to connect afterwards as well. We launched in January of this year as part of the Alberta Scale Up and Growth Accelerator Program. That was run by a consortium led by Alberta Innovates, Jobs Economy Innovation, Innovate Edmonton, and the Opportunity Calgary Investment Fund, which is quite unique. 3 levels of government came together to recognize the gap in the ecosystem for Alberta. Really the role that we play as Plug and Play is to help scale and commercialize later stage companies. We do that because we're actually headquartered in Silicon Valley. We're in over 50 different locations around the world. So that means we have people, boots on the ground all over, actively sourcing startups, innovations, new technologies, and we're able to somewhat have a finger on a pulse on what's going on. In Alberta, we've launched with 3 programs. So we're doing digital health, sustainability, and clean resources, as well as in a sector agnostic program that's a little bit focused on artificial intelligence and machine learning and somewhat more enterprise grade technology solutions. These programs were the first 3 that we've identified in Alberta as strengths. We will be adding a few more likely in the coming months or near future, so do stand by for that. Plug and Play operates across 19 different verticals, and why that's unique is that sometimes we'll find solutions in a completely different industry that are very applicable to something new like agriculture, for example. And I think that line of sight has been highly valued. There's three main pillars of what we do, and it should be on the slide. So first and foremost, we are a VC. We're a family office that's run out of Silicon Valley. So we invest in over 200 pre-seed to Series A startups every year. We're quite active in Canada already. We've got 39 investments here, and we're looking to do over 20 every year. So we're quite active on that side. That was how we initially got started. But then the major part of what our success has been in the last 5 to 6 years has been around corporate partners. So 550 of the largest corporations are working with us. They're telling us their challenges, their corporate tech interests, and we help match them with startups. They're actually the ones that are telling us what to look for, and then they vote on the companies they're getting into our accelerator program, which is that third bucket. So we're accelerating companies, we're connecting them to corporate partners. Hopefully there's pilots, proof of concepts that are getting done in the background to validate technology and scale and commercialize. So that's essentially what we do. Our investments are not tied to our programs, but there are definitely opportunities to do a lot earlier stage investments through universities. So really quickly, just wanted to make sure that you know who we are, and the ways that you can engage with us are by contacting me or any of our 9 employees that we have on the ground in Alberta. Obviously, I will share our website. We have open calls for applications, so there's no deadlines. Anytime you can get your technologies or solutions to us, it's a benefit because it's exposure to our large corporations around the world, and you will get noticed if you're part of our network. So I really, really encourage you to get engaged as much as possible, and don't think you're too early. The other thing is we're also having our expo in Banff on November 29th, and everybody's welcome. I'll share that info as well. I think I'm out of time.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Lindsay. We're going to continue the no question time thing all the way through these Catalyst talks, just so we're going to hit lunch, and then we'll be back on track. So it'll be great. Up next, I'd like to invite Jessica Semmelrock from the Deep Yellow team at the University of Lethbridge, and as well Fabian Roden, the PhD student from the University of Manitoba, who you guys heard from previously, will be giving a talk.
Just kidding, it's just gonna be me. It's a little complicated to add Fabian to this as well. So I want to talk about, I'll wait for my slide to show up. Hello, my name is Jessica Semmelrock, as Luke introduced. I'm doing a master's here at the University of Lethbridge in the lab of Dr. Hans-Joachim Weeden, who's actually at the University of Manitoba, but there we go, there's my slide. Okay, so I was looking for funding opportunities and ran into this RNA Innovation and CreATE program, and ended up being way more than a funding opportunity because it tied in this Deep Yellow challenge, which basically let me and a bunch of other graduate, so master's, PhD, postdoc students collaborate on an R&D project. So R&D is like D&D, but the monsters are scientific problems. So we have this group of people of all different skill levels, all different expertise. We have people from biochemistry labs, from computational biochemistry as well, from the University of Sherbrooke, University of Manitoba, and the University of Lethbridge, all working together on one team with an industry partner. So academia and industry meeting to collaborate, answer some sort of problem that they want a solution to, and to give us students experience working in something other than academia. I had a lot of fun personally. Obviously, getting the different scientific experience was great, but I really enjoyed learning more soft skills. I think the collaboration was fun, not only to learn about their experience at a different university or other students' experiences in different labs, but to really learn about, I think, reaching a goal together with such a diverse team, which is really essential in biotech startups, as I learned. So for example, there was teaching opportunities. As I said, people from different backgrounds. Myself in biochemistry, I was able to teach some of the computational people wet lab skills. We gave feedback to every member of the group, and then there's a lot of talk with the SN Biomedical co-founders to make sure that we were on track with our goals. There was lateral thinking, so I know when you're doing your master's or your PhD, you have one goal and you want to meet that within a set time period. With this industry collaboration, it was a little more flexible. It was like, we don't know exactly how to solve this problem, so you need to think of every possible solution, and then we'll change our prioritizations as we're going along. I originally planned this talk to be in collaboration with Fabian, but as I said, he is not going to be joining us for the end of this. I'm not sure what else to add. I think, yeah, that's fine. Okay, awesome. So if you have questions, if you're a student and you want to join, I would recommend talking to Laura because she's the one who sets all that up. And there's a few of us here that have done it as well, like Amanda sitting at that table over there. Fabian's been in the program, so you can ask a few of us questions. Thanks.
And if you're a company that's looking for motivated people to solve problems, you end up with a big cohort, with a single point of contact. So you're not wrangling 8 to 9 grad students. You've got them all working on a unified project with a lead, and it's a great ROI on, the amount of money you would ship in for consumables and stuff, and you get to help everybody out. And so for our last Catalyst talk, I'd like to invite Svenja Espenan up, who's the executive director from the Campus Alberta Neuroscience.
Thank you, everyone. So first of all, I want to start with, did you know that 1 in 3 Canadians will be impacted by a brain disorder at some point in their lives? 1 in 3. So considering these statistics, it's really important that we better understand the brain and brain disorders and how they obviously affect the way we live our lives. And also making sure that we more efficiently translate research discoveries from the lab to the patients or the marketplace. Because by doing this, we can reduce the economic burden and ensure better health and patient care here in Alberta. So yeah, my name is Svenja Espenan, and I'm the Executive Director of Campus Alberta Neuroscience, or CAN as we lovingly call it. So CAN is really a provincial organization that supports the neuroscience communities here in Alberta. And we have some tremendous strength when it comes to sort of brain health research. And especially here at the University of Lethbridge, we have the Canadian Centre for Behavioral Neuroscience. At the University of Calgary, we have the Hotchkiss Brain Institute. And then up in Edmonton, at the University of Alberta, we have the Neuroscience and Mental Health Institute. So Campus Alberta Neuroscience really encompasses those neuroscience communities. And our mission is really to maximize the impact of neuroscience on those affected by brain disorders, and also making sure that Alberta is a premier destination when it comes to brain health research, education, commercialization, and care. And I already touched upon, and I love that the theme is coming up throughout this conference, connections. As you might see, we have some really cool t-shirts. It's all about making connections. Because as I said, at Campus Alberta Neuroscience, we really believe that by collaborating and working together across the province, we can make a greater impact. And so some of the work we do is with all these fantastic partners. Some of them are obviously here already today. So connecting those communities with industry partners, with the community, with patients, with people with lived experience, to really drive greater impact. And as you can see here on my little slide, we really work within 4 major areas, I would say. So one of them I probably talked about quite a bit already is supporting research. And there we would like to mention that we facilitate a team science approach. So having researchers across the province work together and then connecting them outwards with healthcare, with patients, with industry, to make sure that the research that we are doing when it comes to brain health is relevant to the patients or to the industry that we are serving. And so when it comes to programming in this area, we run fellowships, we have research grants, and you can always look that up on our website. And then another really big area is obviously innovation, and it's really the theme of this conference as well. So when it comes to brain health research and innovation, there are tremendous opportunities here in Alberta to really get some of those discoveries out of the lab and towards the patients or the marketplace. And so at CAN, we have a variety of programming to really help neuroscientists and trainees like you. If you have an idea and you don't even know where to start, we offer consultations and we sit down with you. We see where you're at, what your discovery or your ideas, and how we can connect and help you navigate the thriving ecosystem here in Alberta, making sure that you take advantage of all these fantastic organizations that are here to help you and drive impact. And we also offer funding and obviously education activities. And in terms of the innovation space, I would just like to mention that just over 3.5 years, we have supported 32 projects. And that has actually resulted in the creation of 15 new companies here in Alberta, really making sure that we diversify the economy. And just to give you 2 examples of those companies and what they're doing. So we are supporting a company that is developing next-gen neuromorphic computing, or brains on chips. Or another company is developing a drug screening platform in zebrafish. So really, really cool stuff is happening here in Alberta, and I encourage every one of you to get involved. And then lastly, education is a really big component. We have conferences, we have workshops that you can all get involved in, and then community outreach, making sure that the information that we are getting through research, we feed that back to the community, to the patients. So if you have any questions about what Campus Alberta Neuroscience does, please check us out on our website, sign up to our newsletter, follow us on Twitter, and I will be around all day as well. So if you have any questions, just please approach me, ask me questions, even if you just have questions about career trajectories, where do you want to go next? I'm happy to talk. Thank you. With this, I'll let you all get to the lunch.
All right, wonderful. Now we're slightly ahead of schedule because everybody really, took to heart the catalyst of the Catalyst Talks, fast and efficient. All right, so it is lunchtime now, so feel free to grab some lunch, grab some coffee. Please come back at 12:30 for the keynote speaker, Dr. Keith Pardee, who will be giving us an excellent talk about the work from his lab and the sort of industrial aspects that have come out of that. A big thank you to LA Chefs for providing the food today for the catering, and finally, a big thank you again to all our sponsors who make all this stuff possible. Again, a great time to sign up for lab benching. If you haven't yet, please scan the little QR code and then make sure you're keeping an eye on all the stuff that happens over on the whiteboard after that. All right, 30-minute lunch break. I'm just making sure I got everything here. And then finally, join us for the keynote. I think I'm reading Laura's stuff. No, that's fine. Everybody, I'm done. You can go get lunch. How about, oh, there we go. Magically, we're working. All right. So I hope everybody enjoyed lunch. Now it's my great privilege to introduce the keynote speaker, Dr. Keith Pardee. Keith Pardee is the Canada Research Chair in Synthetic Biology in Human Health and is an assistant professor at the Leslie Dan Faculty of Pharmacy at the University of Toronto. His lab works in the field of synthetic biology and specifically is focused on pioneering in vitro devices to host cell-free synthetic gene networks for broad applications in sensing and human health. To do this, the freeze-dried enzymes of transcription and translation are genetically encoded tools that are embedded onto porous materials such as paper. Using this approach, they've created a biosafe platform for low-cost diagnostics for Zika or COVID, the portable productions of protein-based therapeutics, for example, vaccines, and classroom education. Ongoing work is dedicated to producing small programmable sensors and devices to decentralize access to healthcare. So if you'd all join me in welcoming Dr. Keith Pardee to the stage. Hold it, going in the thing.
Okay, great.
Whichever one you pick.
Okay, yeah, I might just put it in.
Yeah, I think it just clips in a little, just like so.
Okay, cool. Awesome. All right, great to see you all. Thanks for coming. And I'd really like to thank the organizers for the opportunity to talk to you guys today. I think this is the audio okay? So good? Yeah, okay. You know, this is exactly the type of event we need more of at Canadian universities. Interdisciplinary sort of research is the future of, I think, all research. We all need little pieces from other people's disciplines to elevate our own research. And so I'm going to talk to you about the research we do in my lab. I'm going to talk to you about some of the sort of entrepreneurial things we've done in the lab, and happy to answer any questions at the end. I'm just going to start my timer here to make sure I'm not like running too long. So, I'm at the University of Toronto, and right, okay, where am I? So it's a bit weird not being able to see myself. I can see it, okay. Okay, so maybe I will hold the mic because I think I need to see the slides. So, okay, we'll go on this side. All right, so do some stand up here. Okay, so I'm going to start off, just since this is a sort of trainee-focused event, I thought I'd start off with a little bit of background on my career path, which is definitely not a straight line. And I think it's really important for people to understand that there really isn't a straight line, right? Like you sort of zigzag until you find what you love. And then I'm going to dive into sort of the fundamental technologies that our lab uses and how we apply them. And so one of the themes that I'm going to talk about today is we're really focused on developing new technologies, but then also seeing those technologies through to real-world applications. And so we work Latin America on some of the work, doing sort of patient trials. I'm going to talk about that and translation of research. And then I'm going to talk about some of the new technologies coming out of the lab. So I'm an Albertan, transplanted into Ontario. I did my undergrad in botany at the University of Alberta, and I became fascinated with natural, sort of like basically chemical defenses. How are these plants who can't run away from predators defending themselves, and how can we use that for medicine? And so I then went to UBC, where I did my master's with Neil Towers in natural product chemistry, and worked on antiviral compounds from marine organisms, which then got me thinking, well, how does a small molecule affect an organism? Like, how does a single molecule either kill something or modulate a gene network? And so I then went to the University of Toronto, where I did my PhD in molecular genetics with Al Edwards and Henry Krauss, studying nuclear receptors, which are one of the largest drug targets for medicine. And they're transcription factors that are modulated by small molecules. So in other words, a small molecule can manipulate. So an example would be the androgen or sensor or receptors or testosterone receptor, things like that. But there's a whole bunch of them that are lesser known. And so how can a small molecule manipulate a gene circuit? And then for my postdoc, I went to to Boston, where I was at the Wyss Institute, and this is an institute dedicated to bioengineering. And so this is where I took all of my fundamental training in science and sort of translated it into more of a applied biology, which is where I focus now. And I'm at the University of Toronto. I started there in 2016, and our lab is applied biology lab. So that's sort of the big picture. Jumped all over the place geographically and also a little bit academically, but this doesn't tell the whole story. I dropped out of university twice, I went and built houses for 3 years, which I think is maybe where I get some of what my love for building things. I traveled. I went around the world once, backpacking, went back to Southeast Asia another time. I think this really informed where some of the focus that the lab has now, which is in developing portable, low-cost healthcare tools for low and middle-income countries. And so, sort of, my main point here is just that you don't pigeonhole yourself too early. You can pivot to anything. I have no training in formal training in molecular biology, yet that is what our lab does, right? So I thought I'd also start out with, because I think the audience is probably a general audience, sort of what is synthetic biology and where does it sit in the landscape? So, the question is, what is synthetic biology? Well, I think there's as many answers as there are people asking this question. Some people would define this as rewiring or reprogramming cells, which is accurate. And advanced genetic engineering, so this could be in agriculture with crops, and also all the way to very sort of academic applications where you're building synthetic cells from scratch. But one thing that holds all of this together is that you're basically using biomolecules, so RNA, protein, DNA, to build something. And usually you're building something with new function. So this is usually something that is useful. And there's two main approaches to this. One is from the ground up. So this is where you take individual molecules, so proteins, RNAs, DNA templates and sequences to create function. And this is where my lab primarily operates, in this space. But it's a lot. You can obviously not build something very complicated when you're going from zero. Most of synthetic biology is in what you would think of sort of retrofitting systems. And so this is where you're adding genes, editing genomes, and changing an organism that already exists. So this could be yeast, bacteria, crops. And so this is where most of the work is going. But of course, as we were listening or heard about this morning with ethics, that some of this is, it's not as easy to get those things out of the lab and into the real world, which is why, as I'll tell you, why we work in the space we do. So synthetic biology also sits in a larger field of engineering biology, and this can include many, many disciplines. So this could be engineering the microbiome. So there's a lot of interest in engineering the gut microbiome to secrete therapeutics directly from, as you eat your lunch, your gut microbiome is making drugs that would normally cost thousands of dollars for free in your gut and secreting them, and people taking those up. Materials, industrial enzymes, so Bolt Threads is an example of a company that's raised hundreds of millions of dollars to create synthetic silks and synthetic spider silks and things like that. Industrial enzymes, right? Every time you use a Tide Pod or whatever, there's a lot of biotechnology in there, enzymes that are degrading, proteases that are chopping things up in your dishwasher and things like that. Obviously biofuels, green energy. So you can engineer microorganisms, to make drugs that would be very difficult to make, like artemisinin with synthetic chemistry. Biology seems to be able to do this quite easily. Of course, the last few years have been very impacted with mRNA therapeutics, right? The fact that we're probably in person, at least partially in person today, we can thank mRNA therapeutics with the new generation of vaccines that are coming. And that's just the beginning, right? Like, that's really just the beginning. Food, we've talked about that a lot today. Huge opportunities for bioengineering in the food industry, making foods there. And then, of course, just fundamental research, right? Richard Feynman is famous for saying, what I cannot create, I do not understand. And so the counterpoint to analysis is synthesis, right? So if you can build something, then you can understand it. So my lab sits, as I was mentioning, in the area of cell-free synthetic biology, which may seem very like, what does that, oxymoron, right? Like, what does that mean? And so the reason we do this is that by operating gene circuits and gene expression, protein production outside of the cell, we have a biosafe, abiotic system. So these are things that we can take, out of the lab. There's no risk for escaped organisms into the environment or anything. And so they're sort of biosafe. You could eat it. There's nothing to worry about. And we do this to make diagnostics, gene circuit-based diagnostics, and also for portable drug manufacturing. And so I thought I'd start off by sort of highlighting some of the themes in the lab. So cell-free synthetic biology, as I mentioned, biosafe platforms for deploying biotechnology that's normally stuck in the lab out into the real world. And we're really focused on, much like we've had, with digitization of modern life, influencing, everyone's probably got a smartphone in their pocket, laptop in front of them. That's changed the way we approach life. I think we're going the same way with biotechnology. If we can decentralize access to biotechnology, it's going to revolutionize life, and increasingly important as we have these high populations with, maybe more pandemics to come. Another sort of theme in the lab is the fact that because we have cell-free systems, we can interface directly with hardware and software. And so in addition to having a fairly large molecular biology group, we have mechanical engineers in the lab and folks that write software in the lab. And we even have a game that a video game that we're developing for kids to understand the sort of molecular biology literacy for school-age children. And then another big theme is trainee-led entrepreneurship. And so in the lab, so far we've spun out 3 companies that are trainee-led that I've co-founded with my students who are postdocs, and we have a 4th that's incubating in the lab right now. And so I think another important thing for you to know is that there's nothing magical about starting a company. It's all about the passion, a good idea, and hard work. Anyone can start a company if you're motivated, right? So, and need money, which is challenging, but anyways, that's something else. So I've told you a bit about what we do. So we use these cell-free gene circuits to deploy diagnostics. We're working on portable drug manufacturing. These are relatively new approaches that have probably been only in the out sort of being discussed for the last 5-6 years. But the point is that low-cost portable biotechnology is going to improve access. And the theme in our lab is really around human health, although we're also working, as I'll tell you, a little bit in agriculture. We're also working in food security, right? So pathogens, infections, emergency preparedness. So obviously pandemics have been a big part of our research recently, general health and also national security applications. So how does this work? So we take the cell-free enzymes out of an organism. This could be out of human cells. This could be out of tobacco. This could be out of yeast. We focus primarily on E. coli because E. coli is very productive, makes a lot of protein, and so that's the system we focus on. So we take those enzymes out. You can just think of that as like the soup out of a cell, but it's enough to run a gene circuit. So it's enough to take a stranded DNA, convert it to RNA, convert the RNA to protein, all in a tube without cells. We then add our sort of DNA encoded tool. So this could either be a DNA encoding the therapeutic of interest, right? So an antibody a gene for an antibody, so you can make an antibody in a tube, or a gene circuit. So here a gene circuit's going to sense some kind of target, like a pathogen's genome or a heavy metal, and then it's going to create an output that the user can observe. We freeze dry this so that it can be shipped out without refrigeration. So you don't need a cold chain. It's just like a pack of Lipton soup. You add water and it springs back to life. And so in one embodiment, we embed this sort of biochemical soup and gene circuit into paper. So you have these paper-based tickets that you can hold. So these are just 2 millimeter pieces of paper. They're sitting in a multi-well plate here. They both have the enzymes of transcription and translation, but the piece of paper on the right also has the DNA encoding for green fluorescent protein from jellyfish. And so after 20, 30 minutes at 30 degrees, you get the fluorescent protein being produced. The other embodiment is there's no paper. We just freeze dry this into pellets. And when you add water, again, in a matter of hours, you've expressed a protein. So here again, it's green fluorescent protein, but that's just so you can see it in practice. This is antibodies, antivenoms, peptide drugs, all sorts of things like that. I may go over this a bit faster than I normally do just because I don't think it's that relevant, but just to keep you guys, so what I just showed you was basically the operating system of our system. So you can think this is the computer. Now we need the software to come in and create function. And so this is one of the gene circuits we use. It's called a toe-hold switch, and it was developed by Alex Green, who's a fellow Canadian now at Boston University. We did our postdocs together at the Wyss Institute. And it's basically, it's a piece of RNA, sorry, the laser's not super bright, but there's a piece of RNA it's an mRNA that has at the 5' end a hairpin. So this piece of RNA folded over itself that sequesters the ribosomal binding site, and that prevents the ribosome from binding, and you won't get protein translation. But this region marked AB is the sensor region, and we can put any sequence there. So in other words, it's a programmable sensor, and we program it so that it'll detect our target. So this could be the SARS-CoV-2 virus, or it could be anything. So when we program it in a way so that when A star binds to A, this is sort of like pulling on a zipper. It'll unzip this whole hairpin, and you get linearization, the ribosome combined, and now your gene circuit turns on, and you get a signal. And so that was one of the sort of key things we needed to do, but we needed to have more things so you could run synthetic biology applications out in the field. So I mentioned freeze drying, so you could ship at room temperature, that's one. In low resource settings, we needed users to be able to see what's going on at the molecular level with their naked eye, so we created color-based outputs. And then, as I mentioned earlier, we have a hardware team, right? So this is to create low-cost hardware that we can use in the lab or in the field for quantification and automation of these molecular so they're very simple hardware devices, right? But it really augments the molecular biology. So in our first work, this is where we brought these toe-hold switches that are the sensors. We created these color-based outputs that you can just see with your naked eye, and this like first low-cost reader that costs probably $30 that could be deployed. And this was sort of the start of what we've been working on for the past, 8 years now. And so this system was pretty cool because this was the first time you could take a gene circuit out of the lab in a biosafe way, but it wasn't clinically relevant. We couldn't detect the level of like the very low concentration of pathogen genomes in a human sample. Melina Fan, who runs AdGene in Boston, who uses AdGene? Anyone use AdGene? Maybe, yeah. So she came and she figured out that let's put an isothermal amplification loop in front of the toe-hold switch, so now we can detect down to attomolar, zeptomolar levels of RNA, which is definitely in the clinically relevant range. And so when I moved back to Toronto from Boston, this was when the Zika outbreak was just being sort of recognized in Brazil. And so Jim Collins, my postdoc supervisor, Alex Green, and I decided we sort of had to move the system far enough along to make an impact. And so we built sensors that allowed us to detect on a piece of paper that costs about $1, $2, distinguish between all the global strains, or sort of detect all the global strains of the Zika virus and distinguish from other mosquito-borne infections. And then Guillaume Lambert, who is also Canadian, now at Cornell, probably was the first to use CRISPR in a diagnostic. And so here he was able to distinguish between the single base pair differences between the American strain of the Zika virus and the other global strains, because there was, of course, microcephaly and other neurological issues associated with that. And so this was the start of what we've been working on now for quite a few years. We were very fortunate to be funded to go take this for patient trials to Latin America. And so this work in my lab was led by Margot, Sarai, and Livia. And Jefferson, who at the time was doing his PhD in Recife in Brazil, is now in my lab in Toronto doing his postdoc, led the work. And so there was a lot of folks involved in the work. I just want to acknowledge all of them for, everyone. It was quite a challenging project being able to work. This work was done in Brazil, Ecuador, and Colombia. And so again, like I said, this was really meant to be the validation of the molecular tools with patient samples. And we expanded the project to also include chikungunya, which is another mosquito-borne infection. And one of the things that, I have a degree in botany, right? So I wrote the grant and then found out that, none of our collaborators have plate readers that could read 384 well plates. So, well, we're gonna have to build one of these. And so I was really lucky that Sarai and Livia, who were master's students at the time, were superstars, and they built a plate reader that costs, so a normal plate reader will cost somewhere between $25,000 to $70,000. And this plate reader costs $500 to build. It's about 20 cubic centimeters. It can go in your suitcase. That's how we brought them down to Brazil and Ecuador. Livia then built the software interface that analyzes the data automatically. And through Wi-Fi connections, we can port in from Toronto into these devices in Latin America. We can see the data being sent up to the cloud. They can run on a battery for 8 to 9 hours if you need to. But the main thing was that it brought this high capacity testing from a formal lab, research lab like we have in this building, to pretty much anywhere. And so that was pretty amazing. And automatically, the device has a small computer in it, and this lets the device call between positive and negative samples so that the user doesn't even really need to understand the assay that much, right? So it sort of helps to de-skill access. And this is just sort of some of the guts, right? So there's a Raspberry Pi computer in the bottom. There's a $35 webcam in there looking up through the microwell plate, which is, purple and yellow. And then there's a light box with LEDs on the top. So it's like looking through a stained glass window. And the camera just automatically pulls data from each of these wells and puts it into each of these lines. And so it's a much simpler system than a standard plate reader. And after building it, we realized this is, there's a lot more potential here than just like a field trial in Latin America. So they started a company called LSK Technologies, which was acquired by Nokia in May this year. So very proud of them, and that's where they work now. So that's one example of sort of entrepreneurship from the lab. This is some photos. So here's Margot building, who is, again, she's a virologist from France, building hardware. And here we have Darius, who's now a professor in Toronto, and the team. This was some photos from our trip to Ecuador. And so in this project, the technology development was largely based in Boston and Toronto, and the patient trials largely in Latin America. We're now mixing this up where we have a lot more technology development going on in Latin America with our current projects, which I think is a much more fruitful approach. And so when you build a diagnostic, now everyone's a sort of a diagnostics expert after COVID, right? Specificity is important, right? Sensitivity is important. So on the left side is the data that was collected by the plate reader, which we call Plum. And you can see the purple color. So we tested the assay using the toehold switches and the Plum reader. We could distinguish Zika easily from all 7 other mosquito-borne pathogens or viruses. And you can see negatives, yellow, purple's positive. And we matched RT-qPCR, which now everyone probably is familiar with what that is. It's sort of the gold standard method. This was the CDC assay for Zika. And so, of course, PCR could also easily distinguish from Zika from these others. So we matched on specificity. For sensitivity, we took cultured Zika virus and did a titration, and we could detect down to 10 to the 1 plaque-forming units with our device, and that matched, to our sort of surprise, the sensitivity RT-qPCR. So we matched the sensitivity RT-qPCR, and in patient trials, So for Zika, we had 268 patients, and we had about 98% accuracy. And then another test for chikungunya, smaller patient set, but we also had 98%. So we were pretty pleased with this. And this has led to the formation of another startup from the lab that was co-founded by myself, Margot, who was the lead on the project, Alex Green, who's the researcher in Boston, and Guillaume, who's an engineer. The company is now based in France, and its focus is on distributing low-cost diagnostics, especially for low and middle-income countries. Another example of where we have, at least, half of us are not business or technology people, so it's been great. So working in Latin America was probably one of the more challenging projects I've had in the lab, but the silver lining of that is it identifies what's over the horizon. What are the challenges that are over the horizon for us? And so one is multiplexing. So in other words, if you have someone who's sick, but they don't have Zika, but they're clearly sick, so do you need 12 different tests to figure out what they have? You have 12 units of cost, right? So that's not ideal. What we really want is one test that can test 12 or 100 things in one test. And so that's one area the lab's been really focused on. And another is, how do you put gene circuit-based diagnostics into the hands of a user, right? Like that's so the lab assay. So that's another challenge. Both of these motivated us quite a bit. I'm going to talk about the latter because it's led to the formation of a new sort of venture in the lab. And so I had a PhD student who just defended a few weeks ago. His name's Evan Amalfitano. And he asked the question, well, how can we put these assays into people's hands? What type of hardware is out there in the world that is already mass-produced, mass-distributed, and low-cost? So obviously the glucose meter is that device. So all the data from our paper is done on an $11 glucose meter. And he had the insight of simply replacing the gene that reports those gene circuit diagnostics from a color-based gene, or gene that creates color, to a gene that generates glucose from an inert substrate. And so that was sort of the start of it. It wasn't easy, right? As anyone who's in grad school knows. This took many years to get working, but he did it, and now it works really well. And so basically, I might just skip through this. He figured out the enzymes that work well in our system that can turn a non-glucose molecule like trehalose, which is a disaccharide made of 2 glucose molecules, cleave it, turn it into 2 glucose molecules that the reader can read. And so, again, we were very focused on, we want to bring the capacity of PCR into an environment where there's very little infrastructure. And typhoid is a disease of sort of areas where there's not great water quality, not great, and so that usually goes hand in hand with not having access to advanced medical care. So we chose typhoid, which in retrospect, and grad students should pay attention, it was a very difficult target to work with, very tough organism to crack open. But anyways, in the end, Evan got it. We can now detect sort of down to 1,000 colony-forming units per mil, which is the bottom end of the sensitivity of the current culture-based diagnostic method that's used to test typhoid in many parts of the world. There's very little hardware needed. It was just a heat lysis. NASBA is one of those isothermal amplification loops, and then the toll switch that creates glucose. And you can see on the y-axis here, so anyone who's used a glucose meter, it's in milligrams per deciliter. And we could easily determine between positive and negative samples. Of course, these numbers aren't very useful for the average person, right? So we created a software interface where you put in your blank control and then your read, and that calculates, or sort of goes to a lookup table and tells the user what they actually, if there's any sort of therapeutic or clinical direction that needs treatment of like antibiotics or whatever. Of course, then COVID hit, so we had to pivot to COVID. We were able to detect the virus using the glucose meter. This is an $11 device. Our lab gets a lot of ads for. We use a lot of glucose strips, so we get a lot of spam from glucose strip companies. It's kind of funny. We're a super user. But all this data was collected on the $11 glucose meter, and you can see we can detect down to in this case, 166 attomolar, which is quite a low concentration, definitely clinically relevant. We could distinguish from other respiratory infections, like including coronavirus called MERS. And in a small patient trial, just like showed that we could discriminate between healthy volunteers and patients that had COVID using the glucose meter. And again, we built a piece of hardware so that this could be done outside of a lab. And this project is now, we're collaborating with the National Research Council, solving that upstream problem, which is sample prep. So how do you get rid of saliva or blood serum and things like that, which can cause problems in PCR and in our assay as well. And so that is being now, Evan's been joined by Moise and Jennifer, who've gone on to start a venture called Glucin in the lab. It's still in the lab, it's not out of the lab, but the intention is to commercialize that, and they've been doing a lot of this sort of on-campus training for that. And they've started, as part of this, they started to pitch. And so one of their sort of beachhead market is mastitis, which is, motivated by it's much easier to get into the market in like a non-sort of human diagnostic. And so that's where we're starting. And the idea is basically to bring PCR to vets or farmers who have dairy cows, and that apparently mastitis is a fairly costly pathogen for farmers. And so this is a slide from their pitch deck. I'll skip through it, but so that's the goal. The last topic that I'm going to talk to you about today is our on-demand manufacturing of drugs and also lab reagents. And so our hope here is sort of to shake up the current, as you know, Canada did not have a lot of biomanufacturing capacity during the pandemic, and that goes beyond clinical applications. That also goes to research, which slows us down, makes us less competitive. And so just like the diagnostics, we have cell-free systems, right? We create pellets that are freeze-dried. We have freeze-dried DNA. You can ship it to wherever you need it. You add water, ribosomes and polymerases kick in, turn on, and now you can make reagents and therapeutics. And so you could sort of think of this as bringing like the concept of 3D printing to the molecular level. So you could literally make a vaccine in your pocket without really any training and just add water, basically. And so our first paper in this area, we made 4 antigen-based vaccines, single-domain antibodies. We even made a small metabolic pathway and some antimicrobial peptides. Our sort of probably the most exciting data that came out of this was we were able to make a vaccine for diphtheria. This was an antigen-based vaccine. So we had mice that received there's basically control mice. We had mice that received the purified product from cell-free reactions that did not get the DNA encoding for the vaccine antigen, and then mice that did receive the purified product from cell-free reactions that contained the DNA coding for the vaccine. And you can see after 3 weeks, those mice had the antibodies, and that peaked out around 7 weeks. And so this was using a very expensive commercial reagent that costs $1,000 a mil, but we were still able to do it for $10 a dose. And since then, the lab's been really working on how can we move this concept and make it much more scalable and low cost. So we've reduced this cost probably 100-fold. Now we're into the sort of the penny range for these types of things. Here's a U of L alum, who some of you may know, who's in my lab, and actually probably the reason I'm here. So along with a lot of the other folks in the lab that are working on molecular biology. One of the things that we are really interested in doing is in addition to making it less expensive, we also want to make more complex, expensive proteins. And so antibodies is an important category. They have disulfide bonds, which are difficult to make usually. And so we've been augmenting our E. coli soup with a whole bunch of chaperones and sort of molecular tools that allow us to now make over 8 different types of antibodies, including single chain IgGs. And so these are large proteins that are quite complicated. And this work's been done by Sabina in my lab. And she's been able to make single chain IgGs for HER2, which is a breast cancer marker, and along with some other formats. So, and these are quite large, you can see large proteins. Another challenge is if you clone, I don't know if you clone, it takes a long time to get your, probably takes 5 days to a couple weeks to get your gene into a plasmid. You need to use circular DNA because of nucleases that cut up linear DNA. And so Masood, who was a postdoc in the lab, was sort of like really wanted to be able to go use linear DNA directly in the system. That sort of lets you go from a computer to chemical synthesis and directly to production. So there's sort of no cell-based steps, and it lets you just work really quickly. And so, but of course, nucleases are just going to chew up the DNA. But he had the idea, well, maybe we could protect the ends of the DNA with a protein, and he was right. So if we put these, it's called a TER sequence. It's just 23 base pairs that goes at the end of each strand. And the protein binds, protects the ends. And here you can see when we have 2 TER sites, we get 3 forms of the product, and we have 4 TER sites, we get 5 forms of the product, which this is where the protein's binding, and anyways, his intuition was very good, very accurate. Without TUS, in a matter of minutes, the DNA is completely destroyed. With the TUS protection, we get sort of long-term, so this sort of changes the paradigm for a lot of, for people who do gene or protein expression. We can go just from PCR straight into protein production. So where are we going with this? What's our next sort of venture? We've been working on this sort of molecular soup. We can make complex proteins. We want to decentralize production of protein for research and for, you can imagine how expensive antibodies are for you to buy in the lab, right? It's like $300 to $400 for 100 micrograms. We can make those antibodies for $20, $50. And so, it's a completely different regime. And so for research, researchers being able to make their own enzymes, growth factors for cell culture, which are $1 million a gram. So if you're interested in cellular agriculture, right, where these growth factors are pretty much 95% of the cost for growing cultured cells, if you can reduce that cost, it would be tremendous. And then in the lab, if you can accelerate research, we can reduce the cost of research, which will just help move biotech faster and more quickly into the world. So we're really focused on milligram scale production, peptide synthesis, non-natural amino acids, a lot of that. And so another venture that's, before I go there, so, okay, we're almost done. So right now the model is basically, you've got a few biotech hubs in the world that serve the whole world. So these are your enzymes, your antibodies are being shipped to research groups like here in Lethbridge on dry ice at fairly high cost. And that's fine, it works great, right? But as we learned in the pandemic, there are supply chain issues. And then for researchers that live in low and middle income countries, a reagent that'll cost $1,000 in Lethbridge will cost them $3,000 in Sao Paulo. And so, because of a lot of tariffs and taxes on imports. And so, where we're going with this is decentralization. And so, if we can put this into the hands of researchers globally through, open source DNA libraries for reagents, right? So if you could have your PCR reagent, you get your DNA, you make it yourself, an overnight automated machine, just like an espresso machine. I didn't get into this really, but if you can press a button, add your linear DNA, and in the morning you come in and your PCR enzymes there, or your antibodies there, and it costs you $40 instead of $400, that would probably change the way you did research. And so we can produce these proteins for quite a low amount. So watch the lab, there'll be a paper coming on that soon. And so Aiden, who is a master's student in and this is speaking of it cross-disciplinary, so Aiden has a business degree and a law degree, did his master's in my lab in biotechnology, now, and he co-founded Librum along with Alex and I, and now we sell these products. So you can actually do this in your lab today. They call it juice, which I think is a pretty cool name for the soup that comes out of E. coli. And then they've created these, so anyone who's ever used a spin column, like a DNA column for making like plasmid DNA. This is basically the same idea. It's a thin film technology that breathes, so because oxygen is very important in the biochemistry of these reactions. It boosts the yield by 2-3-fold. So, and then you just add your nickel beads or whatever affinity purification reagent you have, and you get your protein. And so here's some examples. This is basically with an incubator and a centrifuge. You don't need an FPLC or anything to make these proteins. And so they're doing great. So that's pretty much where I'm at. But basically, the lab's really interested in decentralizing access to biotechnology, making it sort of more democratic access, not gated, which I think I think we can agree. The more it's in everyone's hands, the more equitable things will be, and the faster we'll move towards sort of new technologies, new advances. A lot of folks in the lab to thank. I won't mention them all, but Margot, Jefferson, Livia, Sarai, Larissa, Evan, and Masood are all in the lab that great part of the lab. So if there's any questions, love to answer, and hopefully that made sense, and yeah, thanks. Hi.
Just wait, Bo. I'll run. In heels, it's tricky.
Yeah, I was curious about these cost comparisons that you bring up. Like when you say, a market brand drug costs $1,000 a mil, and you can do it for $10 a mil.
Right.
There's a reason these drug companies, it's not just the company trying to rip you off. There's GMP processes, quality control, and all of that adds to the cost. And I'm wondering if you include this, or are we comparing apples and oranges here?
You're right. For that reason, we're really focused on lab reagents rather than going into humans, because yes, GMP grade research is like a whole other level, right? So that adds a lot of cost. There's also the cost of research, right? So when an antibody-based drug is put out on the market, they're recouping their cost there, right? But then they come off patents in 18, 20 years, and so then they become available. So I'm not factoring labor or these types of things into these comparisons. But I still think we're orders of magnitude, well, at least an order of magnitude lower than what you can buy. And so I'm not suggesting that we should stop the centralized production, right? But there are places where being able to put these tools into individuals' hands, like researchers' hands, could really save a lot of money and make research dollars go further.
Okay, thanks. Second question, if I may. On these cell-free systems that you're advocating, I'm always a little baffled when people say they can be scaled up.
Okay.
What you can scale up is growing E. coli, but you can't really scale up a cell-free system. As soon as it is at equilibrium, it's dead. There's nothing else happening. You just have to increase the amount of all the molecules that you put in there. You can't really keep them going like a cell can.
Sort of true. So we're working. That's actually some of the things we're working on now, right? So people have shown that you can run cell-free reactions for 4 days straight. So we're and we're getting up to a milligram per mil. So yes, but there are what's the name of the company? Sutro, right? They're doing 1,000-liter cell-free reactions to make antibodies in California. And so, and the advantages there are also that it's a much more chemical engineering process, right? Where a cell is, you're fighting against the organism who doesn't want to make your drug, right? They have their own agenda to survive. And so in cell-free systems, you can perhaps get better, more efficient yields. You also have a more chemically defined system, which regulators like, because then you don't have as much variability. So it's sort of, I like to think of it as moving biology more into the chemical engineering space. But I'm not advocating that, I didn't mention that, right? But no, not advocating at all to replace E. coli production or mammalian cell production. There's definitely, those systems will be cheaper at scale to produce a lot of things, but to do it in a decentralized way, right? So cell-based production is very capital intensive, where, and I think that's part of the reason protein production, custom protein production remains quite specialized, right? So if we can put, if you can buy a kit for $500 and a lab that usually, say, like neuroscience lab or something that maybe doesn't do a lot of protein engineering, all of a sudden now they may be able to do that type of research. So definitely not seeking to replace, but to augment the system. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Any other? Oh.
So our iGEM project this year looks at self-amplifying RNA. Have you thought of using that as part of your technology platform?
That's
instead
very
of
cool.
the
Yeah.
isothermal reproduction?
Yes, actually, that's very cool. I'd love to hear about that. We have a paper actually in review right now that has a self-amplifying component in it, but I'd love to hear about what you guys are doing. That's really cool. And a very timely, topic, I think. Great time. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, louder over here. Along those same lines, I know there's a lot of interest in, like you mentioned, ag-specific diseases, and you had that company get it down that route. Is there anything stopping you guys from going into other ag fields, like bee diseases or things like that?
Well, great question. We happen to have a paper in revision on 2 bee viruses. So we have a new CRISPR-based diagnostic technology, and it's on 2, I can't remember the names, it's IPV and DWV, which are 2 of the honeybee viruses that are kind of a big deal for honey producers. Yeah. So yes, and we're very interested in going into other sort of agriculture based applications. Yeah. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate your interest. Oh, do you ever know? Interesting question. Yes, so we started at 37 degrees, but we found actually we're way better off at much lower temperatures. We get much better yields. I can tell you, we can talk about that if you want, yeah. But yeah, much better yields at lower temperatures. And I think it's probably protein folding's just slowed down. There's more chaperones available as the proteins are coming out at a slower rate. So that's our thought, yeah. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thanks again, Keith. It was super interesting to hear about all these excellent projects going on, all the companies spinning out. And all that seems very interesting. And hopefully you'll have a chance to talk to all the scientists over there about the projects they've got going on. I'll put the onus on them to find you and talk to you. And so coming up next, we have our third panel of the day, the future of big data. And so, oh wait, is that okay, yeah, sorry, I got time shifted in my mind. I don't know why I thought it was way earlier than it was. And so I'll have the people from the panel, if you'd like to make your way up to the stage now, it'd be great. We have Dr. Surya Das, a theoretical physicist from the Department of Physics and Astronomy here at the University of Lethbridge. We have Dr. Angeliki Patsani, the co-founder and scientific officer of the Southern Alberta Genome Science Centre, here again at the University of Lethbridge. Joining us virtually, we have Simba Niazika, the founder and CEO of Lanika Research Group, and Byron Chu, the data science program manager from Cybera, who will also be joining us virtually. Hi. Who's the moderator for this one, Laura? Who is? Oh, so yeah. Here.
Thank you. Thanks everyone for coming, and thanks to the organizers of the event. We have, including myself, there are 4 panelists here. I have my colleague Angeliki here, and I'm Soria, and we should have Simba and Byron online. Do we have them? Do we see them? Okay. So, right, I'm sure it will get fixed pretty soon. So the discussion is to be, or supposed to be, on big data, and I was hoping to ask my esteemed panelists what their vision, well, their version and vision of big data is. And before I ask the questions, I thought I would kind of introduce the topic. So as the technology is getting fixed, maybe I can say a few words. Well, I'm a physicist, theoretical physicist, and my interest in big data is from my background in quantum physics, because data is big and getting bigger every day. Resources are not being able to keep up. On the other hand, if you step away from the world that we see every day around us to the quantum world, which is always there, it's just not so easy to see. The quantum world has virtual and infinite resource. It's an exponential resource, so that the question is whether that resource can be matched with this resource. So that's where my kind of interest lies, but there are lots of other equally, if not more important ways of looking at big data. So are we there? If not, Angeliki, would you like to say something maybe about big data and why, what makes you interested?
Absolutely. It's great to be here with you, Surya, today. Hi, everyone. So I'm a medical doctor, transition into a scientist, transition into many other roles in my life. And my area of expertise has to do with genomics. Due to my medical background, I'm a human genomicist, therefore. What people like me typically do is dealing with large data sets that come out of equipment that was made available to us just about 15 years ago, the first time. So this is a rather a recent field. It started with sequencers that were able to read very fast all the billions of letters that, for example, the human genetic material contains. That was expanded to further methods that could detail, like in a detailed manner, examine all the proteins, or all series of metabolites that a cell or an organism contains. And that created a very new need in our field to gather together geneticists, biologists, and other experts, for example, medical doctors, along with computer scientists. So this is the nature of data that I'm working with. Since 2019, me and some colleagues acknowledging the vast research in this field and the need to organize, to join forces, we founded the Southern Alberta Genome Science Centre, and a while ago we established a core facility to provide such services to analyze large data sets of such data, either to academic partners or to a variety of industrial users. So that's a little bit about me.
Thank you very much. So thank you for explaining in all the important details as to why big data seems to be quite important. And again, like I myself is probably a side player in this, and my fellow panelists are more into the details of it. And I just thought that when I said there's infinite resources, like what do I mean? Well, I can say a little bit because it's in my field. So when we say in computation, for example, something takes exponential amount of resources or exponential amount of time, we say it can't be done, right? It can be done, but if it takes the age of the universe to do it, we say it can be done. So we say it takes an infinite amount of time. So in the same way, like if one is ready to use quantum physics to manage any amount of data or any big quantities, one has an exponential amount of resources, which we kind of colloquially we say infinite, but that's what it exactly means. So we can go. Oh, it's up. Okay. Right. So I can see. Okay. So welcome to the panel. I can't see you too, but I imagine you're there in the screen.
Yeah. Hi everyone. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah. We can hear you. So so whichever order you want, Simba and Byron, would you like to tell a little bit about yourself and what's your perception? Like, what do you when you think of big data, how do you see big data? Like, what does big data mean to you? And if you think it's important, something important to invest in or think about, why do you think that's the case? And again, I can't see your picture, so whichever way you guys want to go, please go ahead. And yeah please, thank you.
For sure. My name is Simba. I am the CEO and co-founder of Clinical Research Group. Our vision is to improve global mental health by combining virtual reality experiences with advanced biometric data. So our primary interest in big data is being able to combine and collate multimodal data from different devices so that clinicians, doctors, and therapists are able to utilize that information to improve the quality of healthcare they are providing to their patients. Of course, when it comes to big data, the way we see it is really being able to deal and process large data sets for the use in improving people's mental health, particularly not only just in mental health recovery, but also in looking at preventative ways in which we might be able to tell that a person is at risk of developing a mental health disorder.
Hi, everyone. My name is Byron Chu. I'm the Data Science Program Manager at Cybera. And Cybera is a nonprofit IT company based here in Alberta. We primarily operate and manage the research and education network throughout the province, which is a second kind of internet that connects all the research institutes within the province to kind of a national and global research and education network. So it allows researchers basically to move large amounts of data really quickly over the network. But we also do other things on top of that, including data science activities. And so I guess overall, the vision of Cybera is to ensure like a secure, connected, and equitable digital future for all Albertans. And towards that goal, we have a data science team that works really closely with post-secondary institutions, including researchers, other public sector organizations, startups, small, medium-sized enterprise companies. And so our big interest in relation to big data is really how big data has kind of, advanced the whole area of like data science and machine learning with respect to like predictive analytics and prescriptive analytics. So that's kind of our main sort of interest in big data and how it's impacted sort of the machine learning algorithms and the evolution of those to where they are today.
Well, thank you. Thank you both, Simba and Byron. That's for explaining what your interest in big data is. And here we see that the panel comprises of, people from from various kind of disciplines, and it's very diverse, right? Like academics and industry, and within academics, different disciplines. But we all seem to converge in the importance of big data, and that was the objective, I suppose. I'll go to another question, if I may, which is like, and I'll at first ask my fellow panelists to answer, and if there's time in the end, maybe I'll say something. So my question is, so importance of big data and the future of big data, I think it's kind of established beyond reasonable doubt. But what is going on with big data right now? And in your own disciplines, in your own fields of expertise, if you can tell us a few words or a little bit on what's kind of the state of the art, what's the big news or big thing in big data in your discipline, and you're welcome to say it whichever way you feel would be best, but one example might be globally, then in Canada, then in Alberta. That's just one way of classifying, but whichever way it works. And might as well follow the same order if that's okay. So if it's okay, can I start with you, Angelique?
So great question, Surya. Now, the big data that have to do with biomedical research and healthcare is something very important. I'm just starting from this, although the genomic and other omics data that genomicists are working on span several fields. And I'll come to that. I would say that from my experience in other countries, for example, the United States, omics information is something that has been in the process of being integrated into the routine healthcare for the past 10 years, I would say. And we've seen big advancements of that, and the result of that in areas such as oncology or pharmacogenomics or rare diseases. These are areas that have benefited a lot, not only from genetic or genomic testing, but also from the use of that molecular data and their integration with the regular clinical data as we typically know them. Now, in Canada, we see that genomic information and big data in biology and medicine are becoming more and more significant, at least to policymakers. For example, in the budget of 2021, we've seen that there was a specific mention of funding a pan-Canadian genomic policy. And due to the nature of Canadian economy, there's certainly a lot of focus also on other areas apart from healthcare, for example, food production and agriculture. So we've seen that there are lots of investments and many calls. So right now there is a $30 million call for research that would use such big data information to inform the production of better and safer food. So that's a few words from my side.
Thank you, Angelique, for the informative answer. Let's go to Simba next, perhaps, on the same question, like what's kind of going on with big data. Any highlights that you might think would be useful for us and the audience? So please.
Yeah, so in like I guess a more broader overview is maybe even looking at how big data is being utilized, like with the UK Biobank, right, which is a collection of assessment, neuroimaging, genomics data, in which researchers are able to access this information and study and publish research on rare diseases, on healthcare, and so on and so forth. So this information in terms of big data can be utilized to gain insights into healthcare so that it can actually advance overall individuals or population level healthcare. Within our own field, we integrate data from wearable devices. So whether it's the Apple Watch or the Health Gauge device. And one of the things that we are starting to realize based on our own internal studies, is there is a really strong connection between physical health and mental health, which that has already been shown with the research, but we're able to show this at an individual level. And so the implications for that is that we know that, let's say, for example, high blood pressure is associated with getting increased stroke risk. And if you end up suffering from a stroke, you're 10 times at risk of developing dementia. So being able to catch some of those components early on so that individuals can make the changes in their own personal life to prevent those potential conditions will definitely have significant improvements significant improvements in the quality of their life in the future.
Thank you, Simba. Byron?
Sure. Maybe I have a couple comments here. So I guess the first one, my first thought around this is that big data isn't necessarily just for like big companies anymore. So kind of looking at this from the, I guess, the private sector perspective. So a lot of local companies are also maybe running into, capacity type issues related to big data in a sense. So I think one example that I can think of is a company that we met a little while ago called Precision.ai, and they're an agriculture company that uses drones to fly over fields and capture HD video to identify, for example, which crops are crops and which crops are weeds, and they can apply precision, like herbicide applications, to individual, weeds, for example, that they recognize and identify. And so they collect a lot of video, and obviously that adds up pretty quickly in terms of data. And so that massive amount of data is something that they need to figure out how they can move, how they can access, how they can analyze, even if they're working in kind of rural communities, for example. So it's kind of like an interesting thing that I think is happening maybe more and more. Is it's not just, big data isn't just a thing for big companies, but it's also smaller companies who are trying to make an impact, and they might be located in rural communities, for example. Maybe the second thing I can kind of talk about with respect to big data is sort of the evolution of how it impacts like data science and machine learning and things like that. So initially, one of the big drivers of the adoption or the really rapid adoption of AI and machine learning for businesses was a result of like the access and the growing amount of big data. And so a lot of that machine learning work required, in the supervised sense, required labeled data. And so there was a lot of effort put into generating lots of labeled data for creating these really smart predictive machine learning algorithms. And now what's interesting is there's a kind of a new generation of machine learning models or deep learning or foundational models that are kind of developing and occurring now where that isn't necessarily the case anymore, where big data isn't necessarily the main driver because there's something called self-supervised, and they can actually learn themselves and create their own data sets as well through synthetic means. So there's kind of a couple of things that I kind of notice in my area around big data.
Thank you. Thank you, Byron. Thank you, Simba and Byron, for your insights. This session is so informative and useful to me. And we can see, I suppose, that that it's kind of progressing really quick. I mean, with a characteristic time scale of 6 months or something like that. So every 6 months you see, or even, if I'm mistaken, please forgive me, maybe even shorter. And I just add a couple of points, well, one very quick point really, to what my fellow panelist here said, which is in my area, of course, like, as I said, big data needs big resources, and we have a huge amount of resources. So let me first give you the bad news and the good news. The bad news is like, computers run at, I don't know, like gigabytes, terabytes, peta, whatever. The fastest quantum version of the quantum computer now has like 200 qubits, like which are the quantum version of bits. So it's way off like being scalable or being useful. That's the bad news, but the good news is in two parts. One is like there too, the technology is evolving extremely rapidly, very rapidly. So technology may be evolving exponentially as well. And also there are certain problems like in mathematics and computer science, which have direct application to technology and the industry, there's certain problems which there's no way you can solve it ever if you don't use quantum computers. So even if you have a 200 qubit machine, that is able to do things which the biggest, fastest supercomputers in the world cannot do. So that's kind of the good news. So once again, like, thanks for all the discussions. And we have we could possibly discuss a couple of more questions which might be interesting, but this might be a good time to ask if there's any questions, quick questions for anybody in the panel. We can take a very quick Q&A and then go to the next part. If there's one, if not, you can save your questions for the end of the panel as well. So the next question I'd like to ask to all the panelists is in two subparts, which is like, again, in your field and whatever you think is relevant here, like what would you identify, as a positive trend or something which would give rise to something really big, something positive outcome or potential projected positive outcome, and B, significant concern. Everything comes with pros and cons, right? So if you see any significant concern or danger the way big data is going or should go, so one is on the positive side, one is on the negative side. If you could say something, that would be great. So again, Angelica, to you.
Well, I guess one positive / negative outcome of these days is how we deal with data that are of sensitive nature. Think about genomic information of an individual. Think about your DNA data if you have sent a sample out for some kind of ancestry DNA test, right? So who owns this information and how is this information shared? On one hand, the discussion about opening up and sharing gladly, not trying to monetize of the possession of the data on one hand, but rather sharing with other scientists and experts, is certainly a discussion that has come up the last 5 years at least very intensively. And it's clear by now that without sharing, we certainly see the progress of gaining knowledge and clarifying many unknown questions being very much slower than it could be. On the other hand, you can all imagine the ethical questions that come around sharing and owning this information. And there's certainly lots of new ideas floating around about how someone could own and therefore maybe gain out of the use of their own genomic information. So this is a double-edged sword, exactly. Thank you, Surya. Certainly this is something that will keep up the discussion from now on, but we certainly see a trend towards less siloed data and more sharing. And this is also an ongoing discussion in Canada, where it expands for sure beyond molecular information, beyond genomic data. And in the healthcare sphere, it definitely has to do with overall clinical information, electronic medical records, information that come from news sources such as citizen data or information from wearable devices, right? So the wealth of data certainly brings up new questions, new challenges, but new opportunities as well.
Thank you. Yes, indeed, it is a double-edged sword, as so well said. Can I go to Simba for your comments on this topic, if you please?
Yeah, so in terms of the positive trend, I think if it has not already been said, but the ability to be able to predict potential mental health disorders before they take place, because prediction and prevention will always be cheaper, not only from a healthcare perspective, but for in terms of quality of life, than dealing with a mental condition once it has taken place. So definitely the ability to be able to use that information to predict and prevent any future mental conditions is a positive. The concern, of course, if it has not been said, is privacy. What happens if that information is lost? And because we utilize, for example, data from different companies and other different data sources, then there's always the concern of, okay, what if one of our partners gets hacked or there's a data leak? What goes on there? So the privacy is always a concern, because not only in terms of the loss of dignity to the individual, they might end up it might end up impacting the quality of life. They might not be able to get a job because they're being discriminated against, or maybe not able to get insurance. So privacy is definitely a concern and something that we should always be discussing as stewards of this information.
Thank you, Simba. Byron?
Sure.
Thank you.
Maybe a positive trend that I think I've observed sort of working with different companies on data science projects through our Applied Data Science Lab program is really around they've taken the initiative. A lot of these companies have already taken the initiative to kind of find solutions to their data challenges. So, and a lot of those are kind of cloud-based data solutions. So either doing stuff themselves on commercial cloud providers, or using local solutions, cloud solutions, to solve their big data challenges. I think that's kind of a positive trend. And by doing that, it makes it easier for them to then develop workflows and develop solutions that leverage those like data workflows to come up with like data science or machine learning solutions to help them solve their business problems. So I think it's kind of from that perspective, like from where we started in terms of where a lot of those companies were initially housing their data and how they were housing their data, they've definitely grown kind of in terms of their I guess commitment to using sort of technology-based solutions to help with access to data. And then maybe on the negative or concerning side, maybe kind of echoing what Simba was saying with respect to privacy and security of data. So another project that we work on at Cyber is something called the Callisto project, and that tries to bring data science skills to classrooms, like grade 5 to 12 students and teachers. And so we really try to emphasize sort of the idea of developing responsible digital citizens and really being aware of what is happening with your data when you use different services, and what or what maybe even what could happen with your data, and why you might want to be aware of that, why you might be concerned with that. So I think that would be kind of my potentially negative side of things.
Thank you, Byron. Thank you, Simba. So among other things, security and privacy seems to be two important concerns, which have been rightly pointed out, and my fellow panelists have articulated it so well and clearly that I don't really have anything to add to that. I'm also mindful of the time, and we perhaps should leave a couple of minutes for questions. So I had two questions, out of which, well, I'll let the panelists answer one maybe, and quickly, maybe 1 minute per panelist, which is like there's a wide interest in big data from everywhere, from academics, outside academics, students, HQP, faculty, research groups, and all over the industry. So if there's one advice that those interested in big data, if you'd have one piece of advice for them for now and the future, what would that be? Angelique.
It's a very exciting field, so join it. It could have been that your starting point is slightly different. let's say, a biologist turn into a bioinformatician, so someone that works on large data sets of bioinformatics information, of biological information. And how to do that? Just by finding projects, groups, people, companies, universities that champion this approach. What we often see missing is the workforce that is now needed. There are many positions, I would say, many job openings for few candidates. And each field, each sector for sure is in need not only of a generic data scientist, but on top of that of someone that has deep knowledge of the field and understanding of the nature of the data. So domain expertise is something valuable. So if someone that is in the field has worked on such projects, this exposure is very valuable at the moment and can be translated into, I guess, a good job.
Indeed, wonderful. May I ask Simba next? What's your take on that?
My advice would be figure out what problem you're trying to solve, because when we talk about big data, we never necessarily talk about the nature of that information, of that data, because it could be big data in administration, in insurance, in healthcare. And so there are different, big data can come in so many different flavors, quote unquote. So my advice would be like, figure out what sector you want to work on, what problem you want to solve, and then based on that problem, then you can work in that area for big data. As Byron was mentioning about the fields and like being able to take those photographs, it never even occurred to me that big data can be used in that context. So whatever problem you're trying to solve will be the first step, and then you can dive into big data after that.
Thank you, Simba. Byron, would you like to say something?
Yeah, and building off what Simba was saying, if you're thinking about solving big questions or big problems, think about the data that you'll need to solve that problem, and maybe how you can make that data interoperable to help solve that problem. So one of the projects we worked on currently is with researchers is something called the Canadian Consortium Arctic Data Interoperability. And one of the big principles that they like to espouse in terms of working together is the principles of like fair data, basically. So findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. So like keeping those principles in mind with respect to your data and thinking about how you, if you are trying to solve big problems, how you might be able to work together by adopting those principles.
Thank you. Thank you. They were all very concrete and absolutely useful pieces of advice. And I'm sure that if anyone has any questions or would like to know more, anybody among the panelists or anyone who's involved in this whole data thing would be happy to answer your questions or respond. So as for me, I just say like, just join the revolution, I guess, because it's already on. and we have a couple of minutes for questions. Are there any questions from the audience for any of the panelists? Please, every question is a good question. I truly believe in it, so there's a question.
Hello. I was actually working as a data engineer back in India. So, like, what are the tools that are used in academia? Because when we are in industry, we were using Snowflake, Databricks, etc. So, like, what are the usual tools? Like, are they, like, does the academia has any, what I could say, paid tools, or will they use open source tools, or what are the most popular tools that are used in big data field?
It's an excellent question. I'll let anyone who is interested in the panel to answer.
I guess we're talking about a variety of tools, depending on the type of information that bioinformaticians, in my case, need to work on. So is it genomic information? Is it transcriptomics, so meaning RNA, proteins? So you name the molecule, and then you'll get a different set of tools. Indeed, many of those are still or have initially been in an open source format, and some of the most successful ones are still there and are kind of used widely. So it depends also on the field where you're working. If you work in academia, you certainly have more space to access a variety of tools with kind of open license status. But then your budget may be limited if you want to purchase a certain tool that maybe a company can afford. So it really depends on many aspects. The trend is, however, to move away as much as possible from a bioinformatician needing to build the tools that they use on a daily basis on their own. There is already quite some experience there and quite some tools available, so that it's not like people have to code by themselves. The most popular language at the moment, I would say, is primarily Python in our field. But tools in the past have been coded like in Perl or R very widely. But the trend is why not supporting your own research or projects on existing tools or pipelines of that. So that's the current trend.
Thank you, Angelique. Would Simba or Byron like to add something to this? The question was what are the tools that would be required for kind of going into this area or working in it? Do any of you have any comments or to add?
Yeah, I guess for me, I'll just summarize with some of the tools we use, kind of a high-level overview. And of course, there's like particular tools that we use for specific areas. But basically, like we utilize two databases, SQL, and then one of them is CouchDB. And we selected them based on the type of data that we're collecting and the analysis that we're doing. And of course, we've got different tools that we use to ensure that the information that we are collecting is encrypted to ensure, again, that that is protected. And I think those are the gist in terms of more the technological tools that we utilize to collect and store the data. But at this point, we are allowing the users of our platform to do their own analysis on the data, so they're able to download it, and then they can choose whatever tools they want to do any form of analysis, because there's so many options out there and people have got their own preferences.
Thank you, Sibel. Would Byron like to add something?
Yeah, maybe just, I think, echoing what Angelique was saying, just around sort of open source tools is typically what we use, and maybe whatever tool kind of ends up being the best for the job.
Thank you. I hope that was useful, the responses. So I'm mindful of the time, and all good things must come to an end. So I would like to thank very much for coming into this panel and contributing to this excellent discussion. I would like to thank Angelique, I'd like to thank Simba, and I'd like to thank Byron. So thanks a lot. Have a great weekend, everyone. Bye.
All right, so now we've got our final round of Catalyst talks, 5-minute presentations, latest innovations from Southern Alberta. So just as those people who are giving those talks, don't forget about the sort of hand signs you'll be getting from down front with your time, and then if you go over, you will be physically removed. And so first up, we have Rob Stoddard, the Manager of Industry Development from BioAlberta. So come on down.
Awesome. Thanks, Luke. I actually just want to see you keep Chris Mikatish to 6 minutes and what it's going to take to drag him out of here. So good afternoon, everybody. And it's great to be down here. We were down here in 2019 engaging with groups, so it's good to see some old friends and a lot of new ones. So I just want to introduce you to BioAlberta and tell you a little bit of what we do. We put it on one slide, so it's really easy. We're an industry association that's member-driven and member-funded with a mandate to create and grow a network for life sciences. So how do you define life sciences? 6 general segments: biotech, pharma, alternate proteins, functional ingredients, bioenergy, natural health products, and health tech, medical device. So there's enough overlap in each of the subsectors that we find common problems for entrepreneurs and founders. And the network that we're mandated to create and foster encompasses researchers and students at the bench right up to the multinational pharmaceutical companies. So why would you contact BioAlberta? How can we help you? When there's RINSA, there's all sorts of support programs, Prairie's Can. What's the difference between all of us? We pride ourselves on being that industry connector and a navigator of the network for you. Members or non-members, we appreciate people who see the value and actually join us as members for long-term relationships, but we're more than happy to find the right person for you to connect in, not from a gold key referral service, but more of, I'm looking for a supplier. I'm looking for a program. I'm looking for a way to start. And our job and what our passion is finding a way to connect you into those. So we connect people, we help you navigate. We do take on an industry development mandate, more on some of the bioeconomy pieces. So we've worked with the natural products sector on export to China and Asia. We're starting to work with the plant protein and alternate protein companies to find a way to attract investment and really have those sectors take off in Alberta, because value-added processing is not new to Alberta. It's always been a long-term strategic objective, but plant protein is considered new because it's kind of new. It doesn't look like an established crop. How do we work with those companies to create an industry voice to advocate to government and attract investors from around the world? We partner with companies where it makes sense. You'll hear, I joke about Chris, but masterminds, which you'll hear about, we work together between their mandate and ours to provide additional value to your companies or your projects. And the final piece is we have a strategic objective around building talent and culture, and we take a lot of pride in the work we've done over the last 5 years to provide experiential work opportunities for students and support for SMEs in the province. So some of the strategic initiatives, the one that is very popular is the Work Integrated Learning Innovation Grant. This is a 3-year provincial government program that we administer on their behalf to bring forward $5,000 grants for SMEs that want to hire a student. We see it as a double win. It provides the students in the room with an experiential working opportunity, so you get some job-ready skills for when you graduate, and you come out of an organization or an institution like this extremely talented. And more important, it provides a subsidy, that company, to help mentor and train you. And there's some really good examples down here that are using that grant successfully and going into second and third proposals to be able to expand. The final thing I'll mention is advocacy and policy development, connecting you into as I said, that larger voice, and really being able to take small voices and coordinate the message, help you frame the message, and really show the significance of the life sciences sector. So, as I said, we're a member-based organization, but I would encourage you to check us out. If you have any questions, reach out to us directly. Nisarg Patel and Jamie Anderson-Reed are here for part of my team. But the easiest way to reach us other than the website is Brandy, of course. She does a very good job of saying, you have to see this, this company, this researcher, this innovation. So we're happy to help. We're proud to be down here and be part of it as a provincial association. And we look forward to learning more and hearing about you guys. Thank you very much for the time.
Really quickly, do you have any questions for Rob? A question? You'll know where to, oh, Laura. What company do you think has used your services the most?
So we've, as far as the Will Innovation Grant, Blue Sky is probably the most prolific user of it. Amino Biolabs would be a close second. And there's room for more.
Perfect, thanks. Yeah, 2 Lethbridge companies, so that's great to hear. Thanks, Rob.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Rob. Up next, we have James Kierstead, a serial entrepreneur here from Rainforest, Alberta, and Levin Electronics. If you'd like to come on up.
Hi, everyone. The book The Rainforest by Victor Huang and Greg Horowitz captures the author's thinking about innovation. It's based on a long study in Silicon Valley on how it came to be what it is. They asked themselves a really simple question. What is it about Silicon Valley that led it to be one of the most innovative cultures in the world? The question is simple, but the answer is not. And by necessity, the answer draws on many different disciplines. Let's picture for a moment a farm with vibrant green plants and flawless green rows under a clear blue sky. Well, it's kind of hard to think of it as anything but wonderful. And as business leaders, we strive for the predictability, precision, and productivity of a farm. And what could possibly be wrong with that? The challenge with the highly controlled output process of a farm is the mindset that leads to it, which is a management mindset that focuses on 3 things: cost, command, and control. At least since the Industrial Revolution, our basic approach to managing businesses has been in these 3 areas, and for good reason. If what you're after is predictability, precision, and production, these are 3 good things to be worried about. After all, who would want their business to be cost-heavy, chaotic, and out of control? But when we begin to think about culture and being more innovative, we run into a bit of a problem. And that problem is people. Because cost, command, and control can lead to machine-like operation that relies much too heavily on consistency of thought, actions, and ideas, which is great if you want predictability, but not so great if you want an innovative culture. As Peter Drucker once said, culture eats strategy for breakfast. You may have a brilliant strategy, you may have the right tools and data, you might even have the right people. But if your culture is purely focused on cost, command, and control, on predictability, precision, and production, innovation capacity will be hard to generate, and what innovation there is will be slow and painful. And most likely, when there is a spark of innovation, it will be an unsustainable flash in the pan. Which brings us back to where we started. What makes Silicon Valley tick? We've been talking about the opposite of Silicon Valley, the world of command and control, of predictability and production. But if we know the opposite of Silicon Valley, we have to ask ourselves the question, can we actually define what makes Silicon Valley tick? And much more important, even if we can define it, can we replicate that spirit anywhere? A way to understand Silicon Valley and the culture of innovation is to start with the idea from James Kenneth Galbraith. The principles that underlie biological systems are the same principles that underlie all living systems. Galbraith helps us to see the distinction between the mechanical, predictable world of command and control and the more organic world of innovation. Systems, companies, organizations, countries, regions are not static, defined entities, no matter how we try to make them so. They are breathing organisms, subject to the same kinds of variance, unpredictability, and randomness as are all living organisms. So we begin to think of places like Silicon Valley and innovative cultures around the world, not so much as things to render more mechanical and predictable, but as rainforests. This is much more than a metaphor. It's a way to think about innovative cultures, a way to begin to see the benefits of randomness, diversity, serendipity, and the unforeseen. It shows that for any organization or community to thrive as an innovator, there must always be rainforests present. It is where the new is born, where untold random interactions produce surprises and wonderful things. This is where the future comes from, a future we cannot produce in farm settings. And that is because there is no control, while there is no control operating in the rainforest or in highly innovative, disruptive cultures, there are powerful principles at work. And if we can get a handle on what these principles are and better understand how a rainforest operates, then we can take those principles and embed them into any ecosystem, and the results will be a culture that tends more and more toward innovation. And that's what Rainforest Alberta is about, bringing together communities to increase and improve innovation. If you want more information, feel free to contact us through the website, rainforestab.ca. Thank you.
So 1 minute, are there any questions for James? Thank you for that. I guess you know how to catch him. Thanks.
All right. So I believe Julie, still waiting on Julie. So we'll do a bit of a jump to Michelle Conchu, a research scientist here, also a partner with Alberta Agriculture and Forestry.
Hi. So I'd like to thank people for the opportunity. I'm a little surprised to be included in the event. I joined the university in 2020, and it's nice to have people back in the building. Most of the time since I joined, this has been almost apocalyptic in Science Commons. And so it's exciting to see this many people here, and it's been a really interesting conference so far. So Brandy first asked if I would be interested in speaking, and she wanted me to talk a little bit about my research area. And most researchers have kind of a narrow and deep research area, and they work on maybe specific topics and they really dive into them. And my career path, as someone else described, wasn't very linear. And I started out as a botanist. I did do a PhD in Calgary. Quickly realized that basic research didn't excite me the same way that applied research did. So my postdoc carried me into applied research and into agriculture, and my background's in agriculture, and that felt a little more familiar, a little more comfortable. I was fortunate to work with Alberta Agriculture for a long time in the potato industry, so that still influences a lot of my projects. But when I came to the university with agricultural background, it was kind of more on the focus of irrigated crops, and there aren't a lot of people here that work in that realm, and so I get invited to work on some very interesting projects. So I just want to talk about a few of them. So we have one project where we're working on smart irrigation, and I think you heard Christine mentioned earlier, that irrigating well is going to be a big part of how we move some of the crop industry forward. We have to be very respectful of our water resources. We want to make sure that we're providing the right amount of water in the right time. So too much water can cause disease, can reduce your yields and have other problems. Too little water will truncate your yield, make sure that your fertilizer isn't well utilized and things like that. So I'm working with an RDAR-based project, and we have funding to work with Farming Smarter, Light Farm, and Ensemble Scientific. And that project involves using soil moisture sensors, which are not new, but gathering that information and using algorithms and using weather data and crop ET curves generated here to develop what we call dynamic prescriptions for irrigation. So we want to be able to irrigate the parts of the field that need water, and that depends on soil type, on how fast your crop is growing, and on the weather and other things. And so in order to do that, there's some very brilliant engineering people and computer scientists involved in the project. And we have developed a way to generate dynamic prescriptions that can be sent out to a grower, uploaded to a thumb drive, and taken out to his pivot panel to irrigate the way that variable rate irrigation was intended. So there's been kind of a missing piece since the technology was first introduced, and we think that we're closing in on that missing piece. So I think we're going to be looking for some additional funding to see if we can carry that forward for a variety of crops. We haven't touched potato yet, but we've been working with other crops to start with. I work still in the potato area. I work on potato variety trials, and of course, it hasn't escaped anybody's attention that climate change and the environment is becoming more and more newsworthy, and the potato industry is affected by that. There's a number of industry leaders that have identified they want to grow potatoes in a sustainable or regenerative fashion. They want to make sure that we're using all of our resources to the best, and that we're able to be adaptable and resilient as climate change impacts our agricultural communities. And so with our potato variety trials, we're trying to target new varieties that are maybe better at water use efficiency or nitrogen use efficiency, ones that can adapt and resist some of the heat stresses that we saw in the heat dome last year, for instance. So to do that, I'm partnering with Lethbridge College and Ag Canada. One of the things they found when I came to the university is we don't have land, we don't have an agricultural setting, so I've had to make friends. So I partner with other people that have the resources we need to do the trials. I'm also working on a project for potato with blackleg. Blackleg is a problem for potato in that it's a bacterial disease, and as you know, we don't want to introduce more antibiotics. It's not an option for crops. So we're working with that one because we can use a phage or a virus that affects blackleg. And we're working to develop both diagnostic tools and also hopefully to use that phage as a biocontrol. And that would be interesting for the industry to start using more biocontrol in the field instead of chemical pesticides. And we have another project that's pending, one that we're working on, where we're very concerned in southern Alberta with the big winds. We've been lucky not to have any of them just lately, but some of those winds have a tendency to blow soil, and that soil erosion can be a problem, both because it's the medium in which we grow crops, but also it can carry away fertilizer and other things, obstruct traffic. And so soil erosion or keeping our soil, saving our soils is becoming a real focus. And so we have a project where we're working on that. So my research right now is very broad and shallow, and I'm grateful to all the partners that work with me. Just wanted to introduce you to some of the topics we're working on to support sustainable crop production in southern Alberta. Thank you.
Any questions for Michelle? Perfect, thank you.
Okay, so Julie's in now. Perfect. All right, so bit of an order switch, but not a huge deal. Up next, joining us virtually from Bio is Julie Legault, who is the founder and director. And so I'll pass it off to my left here. Everyone, if you can't see that screen, maybe move around a little.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? I'm going to wait for a chat sign. Yes, awesome. So hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. I am sorry I cannot be there in person. We're at an educators conference in Banff. So I thought I would join you virtually. So I guess I'll tell you a little bit more about Amino Labs. I know some of you are familiar with what we do, but we're a science education company, and we focus directly on making biotechnology more accessible to high school and middle school teachers. And the idea behind that is that by the time students get to be at university, like you are, either as a faculty or a student in biochemistry or any of the life science, we'd like to have more students go into those fields. And so one of the first steps to progress and to bringing a field bigger is awareness. So we're working on awareness at the younger ages. And then we also think it's pretty important for young people to learn those basic skills of life science, biotechnology, and biochemistry alike, so that by the time you do get to undergrad, where it's the time to really innovate and learn new concepts and really apply all the theory you're learning, you're not also catching up and learning those basic skills like engineering bacteria, running PCR, so that you can get more of your experience. So we're located in Lethbridge right now, and the company was founded by me, Julie, and Justin, who's a scientist. And Justin is a trained biotechnologist. He grew up here in Alberta. So originally he went to high school in Lethbridge, which I'm sure some of you have as well. And then he went to the U of A to do his undergrad and master's. And then after his master's, moved to the UK to go to Cambridge University to do a biotech degree. Once he graduated, we met while I was studying at MIT, and that's really where this idea of bringing biotechnology education to younger people came about. So during my master's at MIT, I was studying wearable technology, which is, this idea of wearing sensors on your body to understand a little bit more about yourself and the world. And when Justin and I met, he introduced me to this idea of genetic engineering and biotechnology. And as a designer, I thought that was excessively interesting, just this idea that you can create new material and, engineer things to do more sustainable solutions to some of the problems that we have, because we know we have quite a lot of problems to solve these days. So really this idea came from there. From MIT, we moved to Silicon Valley, to Toronto, all around North America, to finally end up in Lethbridge. And we have our facility in Lethbridge. I don't know if Tim is in the audience, but he's one of our star employees, and he can tell you all about our lab. But the idea is, we're doing this manufacturing, this R&D for helping the next generation become as smart as you are when they get to undergrad. And I think that's pretty much a good overview of what we do. I'd be happy to take any questions that you might have at this point for me.
What's one of your favorite products is the question.
Oh, I couldn't hear that, but what's my favorite product? If you mean of what we do, my favorite product is the Canvas kit, which, that we make, and it lets you create art using engineered bacteria. So that is my favorite one, but that is because I'm a designer and, I'm primed to like art. Our most popular product, however, is an engineering kit, which allows you to bring the DNA of jellyfish and corals into bacteria and do that bacterial transformation. And we've had kids as young as 12 do it, which is super exciting, because by the time that they're adults, they'll already be very skilled to pursue research.
Any other questions? What's something you would like to see in the future?
I think in the future, what I'd like to see personally is just a bigger bioeconomy, especially here in Alberta. We have so much talent, but what we've seen is a lot of talent being exported, to US, to UK, but then never coming back. And I'm not saying don't go out and do your graduate studies elsewhere, because that's what I did. That's what Justin did. But I think it's important to bring back all this knowledge that we learn and bring it back to Canada, so that we can help improve Canada and bring, those if you're working on a treatment for cancer, we're seeing so many pop-up genetic therapies in America, but it's not something we have access to in Canada, and people need to raise millions of dollars of money to go and get those treatments. So I think it would be really exciting just to have more people skilled in bio, more people understanding scientific literacy, and be in Canada so we can be at the forefront of this next industry, which is biotech.
Thank you. All right. Thanks, Julie.
Thank you. I hope you have a nice day. And yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to us either by coming to our lab, which is in Lethbridge, or emailing us.
All right, great. And for our final Catalyst talk, I'd like to invite Chris Meistich up. He is the president and CEO of Brass Dome Ventures, which, if you're unfamiliar, is up in Edmonton. And I'll let him talk a little bit more about what he does, because he probably knows a bit better than me. I would hope.
Thanks. So if Alberta wants to declare ourselves as a province of innovation, where would we look other than the walls within our post-secondary institutes for innovation? Well, historically, Alberta's been really, really bad at a couple things. One is recognizing the great innovation that exists within the walls, and that's all the funding cuts and so on. And the second is really knowing how to jump inside those walls and help innovators like yourselves advance the innovation out of the walls. So before I tell you about the program, just to introduce myself, I'm Chris Meistich. I'm a founder of 7 companies. I've been in pharmaceutical drug discovery for 35 years. At one time, we employed 130 employees in Edmonton and 63,000 square feet of lab space. Largest employer of PhD chemists in Canada, 18 nationalities under one roof, 200 compositional matter patents. And in 2014, I boast that we closed the largest licensing deal in Canadian biotech history, licensing a drug to Hoffmann-La Roche, at that time for $750 million US plus milestones and royalties. At that time, we stopped doing contract work for the world, and we spun out and we became a virtual company. So I still run Fedora Pharmaceuticals. We went out and raised angel fundings, and we moved our product into the clinic. We now have another product. It's a novel class of compounds. Never before in the last 4 decades has a novel class been introduced to the market. We have one that's showing better data than we've seen in 35 years. On top of that, we created a company called Brass Dome Ventures, which is an investment company to help small startups. And what we found with our business experience, everybody coming to us for funding, all we could see is the big gaping holes in their plan. So we started helping fill those holes, and we became a business management and consulting company through Brass Dome Ventures. And so on top of that, in 2019, I was approached by the University of Alberta. I should back up a little bit. I also sit on the side, I sit on the board of, used to be Economic Development, it's now Explore Edmonton. I'm a mentor with CDL in Calgary with Creative Destructive Labs for many years. I'm a mentor with VMS at the University of Alberta. I'm an advisor with Health City in Edmonton. So pretty much in the ecosystem, I've got my finger and foot everywhere. But I'm not here to talk about myself. I'm just giving you the background because the University of Alberta came to us in 2019 and said, we need some help. Can we pick your brains? We need to learn how to advance innovation out of our institute. We don't have a good reputation. We don't even know where to start. The ecosystem is a mess. Tech Edmonton has been wound down. We're repatriating tech transfer. So we came into, our 30-minute conversation turned into a 1-year collaboration with the University of Alberta, where we created what we termed a pre-accelerator program. And I found when I've been mentoring in the ecosystem, in organizations like CDL, which I love, it's fantastic, it always really annoyed me that all the companies I'm mentoring are from the States. Very few from Alberta, because the Alberta companies don't qualify to get into the accelerators. So the government has been spending lots of money bringing accelerators to town, which I think is fantastic, but we're not doing a good enough job helping our local innovators get their businesses to a point where they can even qualify to get into the accelerators. So the ecosystem has sprinkled some funding, created some support. So when the university approached us, we created a program called Innovation Masterminds, which involves bringing real business founders under strict criteria who have been there, done it, knocked it out of the park, made so much money, hired so many people, but the real movers and shakers to come into the program as our mentors. We don't have mentors that are 2 or 3 levels below the founders. We have the founders that have taken the risk. And I've always said, if you want to learn how to fly an airplane, would you talk to a flight attendant to teach you how to fly an airplane? You might get some input because they've been on an airplane their whole lives, and if that flight attendant has been there for 30 years, would you feel more comfortable getting taught how to fly an airplane by that flight attendant? You probably want to talk to a pilot, and if that pilot crashed twice and survived, and you want to learn how to fly an airplane, you probably want to talk to that pilot. So that's the basis of our program. We've brought in founders who've been there, done that, had the hard knocks, failed, and they've come back. So we have a mentorship program. We rolled it out a year ago, and our mentors are like dragons in the dragon's den. They'll give you the feedback. We have 13 different industries represented, and we look at combining science with business. So we rolled it out with the U of A. We've expanded through Alberta. We're here in Lethbridge. We've actually vet several through Brandy into the program from Lethbridge, and we're helping you move your innovation forward. So if any of you are interested, there's no cost. We take no equity. We're industry created, industry facilitated, industry driven. We're not city, we're not government, we're not university. We're a group of business people. We have over 50 mentors in our program. And we're doing this just to give back and help you learn how to create a business and advance it forward. We've recently attached a venture fund to the program, and now we're looking at funding some graduates that come out of the program. So there's that opportunity as well. But with our fund, we bring the administrative support to help you, at least for a one-year period, keep moving your program forward. But I have some cards here I'll leave if anybody's interested. We have a website, you can check it out, and we're already closely linked with University of Lethbridge. So if you need some help, let us know because we're here to help.
Thank you, Chris. Any questions for Chris? All right.
Hi. So apart from like mentors that you have in your program, what other resources are like, if someone like me were to like apply, like what other access to other resources would I have?
We're kind of like, if you ever look at our ecosystem map in terms of the services that are available, it is a gong show. Like there is so many things out there, it's so confusing. Aside from being intimately involved ourselves and having intimate knowledge, and all of them serve a purpose at particular times, we have the knowledge of the ecosystem, so we help you navigate that. But when you come into our program, my company, Brass Dome Ventures, I have a team of all-stars I've handpicked over the last 30 years that work in Brass Dome. We facilitate the program, so when you come in the program, you're assigned a Brass Dome lead. They're your speed dial point of contact to help you prepare your pitch deck, and then get you ready to present to the founders. So you got a lot of that extra support. Once you're in the program, aside from presenting to our 50 founders, you get assigned 3 to 5 of the mentors to mentor you throughout the process. So you get intimate connections with all these people. So you have the resource of a Brass Dome Ventures team and the founders team, and our introductions to the ecosystem, because we work closely with organizations like BioAlberta, with Edmonton Unlimited, all these organizations, CDL, and so we know how to navigate the ecosystem, so we help you do that.
Do you have an idea in mind, or, you know, I guess we can chat about it later, but anyways, there's lots of directions you can go. Any other questions? Thanks, Chris.
No, thank you. Yep. All right, so again, we've made up some time on the Catalyst talks, so we're we're a little early. So the things that are happening now, this is sort of the end of the online portion. So anyone who's joining us virtually, thanks for coming. But to be part of the Catalyst talks, you have to go and sit at one of those tables, and I'm not dragging a laptop around. And so I encourage everybody to stick around, especially for their lab benching sessions, which start at 2:50. If you haven't, if you've signed up for those, you'll keep an eye on that whiteboard and take a look and see which ones you've got. Obviously, you don't have to leave.